about 2 weeks after that.
Ah, okay.
We go to Lancaster for our anniversary every year. Just the two of us. My mother-in-law comes and watches the kids for like 3 days, and then we'll just hang out and eat junk food and.
Yeah, I like Lancaster. It's a nice area.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Pretty cool. You go back there because that's where you met?
No, we met in high school actually in Lewistown area. But
that's really cool.
Yeah, it is pretty awesome. I got lucky. What was I going to say? Oh, no. One of those stores I worked at, the assistant manager, my assistant at the time, always went to Lancaster all the time. And I was like, what do you do in Lancaster? And he's like, we just go down and, shop and eat. And, he told me a bunch of the restaurants that he likes. And I was like, okay. Well, and then I said something to my wife about it. And we decided to head down, and we liked it.
For sure. Yeah. No, I've been to Lancaster a few times. I grew up in northern tip of Delaware, so.
Okay, where do you live now?
Currently live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Oh.
Yeah. Girlfriend's job brought us out here. But I am back in Delaware pretty frequently. And I'll be back in Delaware over Labor Day for the Arden Fair that John was just referencing in Delaware. And then Sunday, almost certainly, I just need to lock in the flights. My girlfriend and I are going to join John and my sister Melanie and anybody else who's able to make it at the Ren Fair that Sunday.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. Unfortunately, as I've said before, I work in retail, so holiday weekends are right out for me.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, luckily with this game, I can still get home in time to participate on Sundays, but going to do something all day on a Sunday right before a holiday would be frowned upon.
Yeah. Be tough.
Really, it's only because he's a decent boss, because technically he could, if he wanted to, he'd just screw everybody else over.
Yeah,
it's like we just lost Plenton. Hopefully he will find his way back online.
I said a long time ago, whenever I was an assistant manager and third man, I said whenever I got to be a store manager, I was not going to hose my people like I was hosed back in the day. And so far, I've been pretty good at keeping to that promise to myself.
Good man. There's not a lot of managers like you.
People love you.
I do. I am well loved. We do something like every 2 years called an associate opinion survey. And like 30% is a good score. Like if you get a 30%, like they leave you alone, basically. My store 2 years ago scored a 64.
Damn.
The second highest in the entire chain. So, yes, we have fun. I have a good team too. Like I'm very lucky. I have a lot of people who have a lot of experience, and it fits my management style, because my management style is if you know what the heck you're doing, then you do it. You don't need me to micromanage you. So it works out well. I have the people that fit my management style.
So Rex is just like a cathartic release then?
Rex is different than anything I've ever played. As Mike could tell you, 99% of my characters are lawful good, if not by design, at least by action.
You beat me to it.
I wanna know, like, what is it about me that is drawing in these evil paladins to the game?
You gave me an evil weapon.
Correction, asshole.
That would do
I
it.
gave you the evil weapon. You're a science experiment now.
Yeah, we'll see where it ends up. I have a couple theories on where Rex might end up.
I feel like you were kind of heading down the strongman road before I gave you that, so yeah.
Yeah,
a tough guy.
I was, because, like I said before, that very first session we had, every single character seemed really squishy.
Yep.
You know, because Plenton was a cleric then. I didn't know anything about Harvey's character other than he shot a gun. Tristan's first character was some little kid that like bounced around and had 4 hit points or something.
With scary glowing eyes.
Yeah. So it was like, all right, well, because originally I was going to play a Vengeance Paladin and like big 2-handed weapon, polearm mastery, all that fun stuff. And I was like, nope, I think this group needs a tank. So, and I love that.
I remember I made a couple of backstories involving Tristan's characters, and just the way you guys have gone in the story, I don't think we're going to get around to it.
Oh, his original character.
His original and his second. I have a little bit of a story for Tristan de Monterosso. You guys just never found it.
Well, we need more plot hooks then.
Oh, it doesn't help that you're never in port. You're always just bouncing between places.
Yeah, because we're terrible. You leave us alone in a city, you know what happens.
Yeah, I know.
We would have. Yeah, we get kicked out within 24 hours.
Like, we even have new players since campaign 1, so I'm pretty sure it's your fault that we're.
Well, that goes back to my question. What is it about me that attracts these dark paladins and crazy ass motherfuckers?
I don't know. I mean, I think I'll speak for myself, but I very much enjoy your DM style.
100% agree.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like we got Plenton back. Plenton, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I may be a bit quiet because I've been gone for such a long time away from my computer that it constantly needs me to update something. Even Discord wants an update. It's been a couple of weeks. Also, I have a question about leveling because I read in the chat that we are level 16 now.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, Gian, what's your position on changing class? I mean, multi-classing without the requirement?
Does D&D Beyond let you do it?
Nah, there's a problem. I wanted to finally have my first level of cleric, but I can't do it without 13 wisdom, and my wisdom's 10 now because
I think you can alter your wisdom to 13, multi-class, and then alter your wisdom back down to where it should be, and it won't kick you out of the multi-class.
So just like modify the.
Just go into the
Even if it doesn't let you change it back, I'd say it's fine. 13 wisdom isn't going to break the game or anything.
Okay.
Also, you tend to be one of the most wise motherfuckers on this crew, so it's in keeping with the lore.
Okay.
I'm offended.
I'm
the smartest, wisest, best motherfucker in this crew.
Harvey, roll an insight check.
Shit. Good thing I'm proficient. 19.
Intelligence is not the same thing as wise.
Well, listen, in 395 years, you learn a thing.
You still haven't learned that.
You learn plenty of things. So wisdom is kind of like you can just come up with smart shit on the fly, whereas intelligence is you're able to recall all the smart shit you've heard in the past. So,
and with an insight roll that high, you would know that Plenton has a few more centuries on you.
God damn it.
Have you guys ever seen the, and I don't remember it exactly off the top of my head, the tomato riddle for stats?
No, what is that?
No. It's like strength is the ability to crush a tomato. Dex is the ability to dodge a tomato. Constitution is the ability to eat a rotten tomato and be okay. Intelligence is knowing a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing the tomato doesn't belong in a fruit salad.
I
don't remember
what about charisma?
I don't remember charisma off the top of my head.
You fucked the tomato.
Charisma is the ability to seduce a tomato.
It very well might be, but maybe it's maybe charisma is the ability to convince somebody to put the tomato in the fruit salad. Maybe that's what.
Okay.
But I
so
always liked that.
A couple points of order and recap for Plenton because I think he's missed a couple sessions, right, Plenton?
I might
a bit.
Okay. So 2 points of order, September 4th. If anyone missed it, there will not be a game. I will be on the road traveling to a Renaissance fair. So just putting that out there for you guys so you can plan ahead and not be here when I'm not around. Second point of order, I have a new book in my Google Drive for those who have access to it. If you don't have access to it and want it, let me know and I can get it to you. It's Melando's Guide to Magic. It's got a bunch of new magic items, and it right now it's dealing with like a bunch of curses and jinxes that you can add to the game. Just cool ideas if anyone was interested.
Cool.
I would be interested.
Do you have access to the Google Drive?
I'm not sure, but if you drop a link, I'm pretty sure we can handle it through Discord or something.
Yeah. I can send you a personal message for it.
Thank you.
Recap. While I'm doing this, would anyone like to do the recap for me?
Sure. I can.
All right, go for it.
So
Everything
Plumpton,
is
I think
Kai's fault, just so you know. Don't let him say otherwise. If Kai to blame for everything, but we'll get his rendition.
Okay. Plenton, I think the last time you were here was we were on a boat. We had traveled up north to the intersection of those two isthmus lines, and we had encountered like a giant swirling vortex. Does that sound right?
Yep.
Perfect. So you missed 2 sessions. 2 sessions ago, we started off. We defeated the swirling vortex. We noticed we killed one of the 4 giant flying like purple worms in the sky, and then the other 3 like dove down into the center of the vortex and disappeared. We decided that shit, I guess the giant swirling vortex was more of like a guard dog and a guardian, and rather than booking it and running away from the vortex, we actually really needed to swim into the vortex. Everybody decided that if the ship broke up and everybody died, it was going to be Kai's fault. Everybody locked themselves inside the ship like a little bitch. Kai decided to tie himself to the mast of the ship and that, whatever that Greek, story is about the sailor who did that in order to hear the siren songs.
The Odyssey?
Thank you. I knew I should have remembered that one. Kai proceeded to tie himself to the mast of the ship, and then we go sailing straight into the center of the vortex. Half hour of getting the shit kicked out of him, losing constitution saves, failing survival checks, and barely hanging on. We went through the vortex and found ourselves on the map that you see here. And of note, the ship survived. We landed in water. 1 square equals 1 mile, so this place is massive. A few commune with natures, and a day of flying around, the whole party flying around as giant eagles. This place seems to be kind of bordered by just sheer rock walls that go up several hundred miles, and then maybe 3-4 miles above there's a dense cloud ceiling with those giant worms kind of like flying up and dipping in and out of the clouds. It's kind of weird. We don't really know what's going on. You don't know if this is the material plane or another plane of existence or some like weird pocket portal plane. But we seem to be in a like little self-contained kind of garden-esque area, but it's huge and massive. We rested up north at the very top. We've only traveled, like the entire ship has gone from like 2 squares above. We started like right here, and then we made it to like here yesterday. We left the ship kind of up here while the entire party transformed into animal shapes and started heading out kind of over here, where we had noticed a certain individual being or fleeing and being chased by 4 huge ass motherfucking like dinosaurs with like illithid looking heads, like giant squiddy heads on them, like giant T-Rex, bigger than T-Rex type like dinosaurs that I think John said were like 4x5, maybe 4x6. They're huge. No, gargantuan. So we fly, we catch up to them, we debate whether or not we are going to go into battle against them or if we're just going to try to swoop in, grab the dude, and then leave. We recognize the dude. We see that it is Travis Ailhart, Jason's son, who is the captain who was hiring us to go get Jason or track him down. So Kelwin has a cool idea to use Vortex Warp to just like bamf him off the ground onto the shoulder of one of the giant eagles, which we proceed to do. John is clarifying that those things were 3x4 squares, just slightly bigger than large. So we proceed to do that. We swoop down, we bamf Travis up onto the shoulders of one of the eagles, and then we find out that these guys have at least 150-foot range, some type of like psionic mind blast type thing, which cooked at least one of us.
Clarification, the thing that hit very far away was not psionic. That was magic.
Magic.
The thing that stunned Masacholi and Kelwin was psionic, and that was closer range.
Okay. So then, at least at 150-foot range, minimum, we don't know what the max is, but at least 150-foot range, we all got blasted in the air by some magic ability. I want to say it was what kind of save was that? Is it Dex or Con?
Con for the Necro, for the Psychonic.
Okay, so the larger 150-foot range was a con save that would have dealt 40-some-odd hit points, ballpark, which was like more than a giant eagle. I think only one of us failed it, and that was... Who failed it?
Tristan,
thank you.
Oh, that's right, Tristan, sorry.
So Tristan failed it. He went tumbling through the air, landed in the ground as Tristan. The rest of us were birds. Long story short, we decided to flee and try to like grab people and just run because we were on the coast, and rather than staying and fighting these guys. And both Kelwin and Mastacholi ended up dying. And the rest of us ended up like flying about as birds, like just circling several hundred feet in the air and waiting for the big ass dinosaurs to get tired of chewing on their bodies and then leave. I'll let somebody else describe how they died because they
got stunned and the dinosaurs ate their brain like a mind flayer.
Yeah.
Wait, the dinosaurs had stings?
So let's show you the map so you can see these things. So these dinosaurs, they have a head that has tentacles shooting down from it. And Masacholi and Kelwin were both stunned. They were grappled by the tentacles, and then Mind Flayers have an ability called Extract Brain. But these creatures are large enough that it's more Extract Everything, where it does the same damage, but it's spread out over the entire body, and it's just harvesting all of their fluids, including their brain, and then it just kind of drops the shredded remains on the ground.
Yeah.
You guys picked up the shredded remains, and luckily you had a party member who was able to cast the
Resurrection.
I forget what spell it was. Thank you.
Yeah.
Eloquent to the rescue.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, I wouldn't cut it because you're lacking brain.
Yep. We needed resurrection. Yeah. Luckily, we had it. So
the cool thing is he had it naturally prepared.
He did. Yeah. Which is good, because bards don't get to change their spells on the fly.
Yep. They're like sorcerers and kind of wizards that way. I believe that's where we left it.
One
Plenton,
point.
Couple more things.
Get you.
One important point for Plenton is you gain 4,000 gold.
Nah. Yep. I mean, thanks, but...
Yep.
Plenton, okay.
I mean, sooner or later, we got to run into that time-traveling wizard again or whatever, right?
Hope so. Got a shit ton of gold.
I just realized I don't think I've spent any of Master Trolley's gold.
Sweet.
How much does he have?
He is going to have the same as the crew. I've been keeping. I've got written down in notes every individual payment we've got. So he's got like 15,500 gold.
Jesus Christ. How? He got more gold than we.
Yeah, you
Kid
probably
got
just
a piggy
made
bank.
something. That's what we should have if you haven't spent anything, Clinton.
Nah, just bought a magic sword, that's it.
Oh, also, Masacholi's voice has changed now that he's been brought back from the dead.
Right, yeah. So listen, this is Master Toad now. Or maybe
Yeah, that's a thing.
maybe you're a little bit more comfortable with the name Teddy.
Kai also at the end
Is a
described
dick.
on. Yes, that's so. Harvey was being a little bitch, and so Kai turned him into a chicken and then ran away like a scared little girl. And then he was very excited to show Rex that he had learned how to turn into a Stegosaurus. And then he turned into a Stegosaurus, and Rex immediately casted Dominate Beast and proceeded to spend the next minute playing fetch with Stegosaurus. It was good times. We also found out that through some scrying that the dinosaur is telepathically communicating with this giant-looking entity that lives underneath, like in a brackish swamp, and looked like a giant floating humanoid-like thing with giant, like octopus tentacle face.
You'd be hard pressed to consider it humanoid, and it wasn't floating. It was it was not flying. It was in a swamp and came out of the water. So
Oh,
I
okay.
guess you can say loosely it was floating.
Gotcha. Did it have 4 limbs? I thought it had like arms and legs.
It did. It had a lot of arms. You didn't see its legs.
Oh, lots of arms. Oh, okay. My
I
bad.
think it has 4. I would have to double check.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. In my head, out of character, I thought you had been describing like an illithid, which I thought had like normal 2 arms, 2 legs.
No, it was very distinct, not an illithid.
Okay, gotcha. But in some way, shape, or form, telepathically communicating with them, and that thing can also see invisible because it saw the little invisible scrying orb. Yeah, I think that's most of what you missed. So we got Master Choli back up, we got Kellen back up, and we're all hungering for revenge, and that was kind of like most of.
That's a good point, actually. Did Kai notice if the dinosaur saw him when he was invisible?
The dinosaur did not.
It also wasn't looking at you.
Bro.
Because the sensor appears behind it and above it, I would say.
Right.
So it never turned to look.
And is invisible as well, I believe.
The sensor?
Yeah.
Yes, you either need see invisibility or true sight or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Is Kellen with us tonight?
She is. She's currently getting the children their dinner, but she's here.
Okay. Roger.
Oh, wait, there
Clinton, I can get you access to the Google Drive. I just need you to give me your email in Discord. And with those things out of the way, what would you guys like to do?
We had rested a couple days, right, to let Masachuli and Kelwin recover.
Yes.
I don't believe you said that one way or another. You can if you want to.
I mean, if we're gonna fight this,
Yeah.
or is there anything like it? We need them at full strength.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we wanted to take all 4 days to slowly kind of drift south, recover, strategize. I know Kai did his reconnaissance.
I think Leopold went with Kai, right? Yes, and that's right.
Yeah.
Kai
So all
rolled
of that though was still on day
1.
like day 1 of us getting here. Like if we got here at night 0, then day 1, all of that was on day 1. And then we said we wanted to like just rest for at least 1 or 2 days until everybody was up to strength, but we haven't RP'd what we want to do during those days because I know Kai's got a bunch of stuff that he wants to get done.
Yeah, there's a couple conversations that Rex wants to have, quick conversations. that Rex wants to have as well.
All right. So on the day after you bring them back, Kai, you're up in the crow's nest again, right?
Probably. That's a safe bet.
With your passive, you'd be able to notice that there's a lot of little birds flying around your ship. Because you have, like, this druid grove currently on it, right?
Sure do.
They're not passing into it. And when you look closer, you notice that there are a few birds that have, like, little tentacles coming down from their face.
Oh, that's creepy AF. I am going to go remember whether or not I can ritually cast this. I can. I'm going to ritually cast Speak with Animals.
I don't think they're animals anymore, mate.
Yo, listen, it's first thing Kai thinks to do.
Clinton, just let me know if you have access to it whenever you have a chance.
Okay, I'm checking my email.
Clinton, I do believe that you are correct, but that is still the first thing Kai's going to do.
All right, so you cast Speak with Animals, Kai?
Yep. And then once that kind of takes hold, I'm going to call out to just some of the birds. I'm going to try to ask one of the birds that doesn't have droopy tentacles on its face, and just be like, "Oh, hi, what's up?
Hi, yeah, hi.
Hi, yeah. Why are you flying around the ship?
This is new. Yeah.
This is new. Hi, yeah, I'm Kai.
Hi, I'm Matt.
Hi, Matt. Hey, Matt. I like your face and your feathers. You're really pretty.
Oh, thanks.
Why?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up with some of your friends who have like long, like tentacle things on their face? That's new. That's really new for me. I haven't seen that before.
I don't know. We don't really talk to them.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Do you have food?
I do have food. Yes. And let me go read. I'm pretty sure Druidcraft. Doesn't Druidcraft say you can instantly make a flower blossom or a seed pod open or a leaf blood? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. You start Druidcrafting some little seed pods and stuff and reach out to Tree Kai and the little mangrove apples and flowers and stuff and just try to just do my little Snow White thing up there. Just start feeding birds. If the birds start eating out of the crow's nest and the palm, and any of the little birds with the tentacles on their face come by, I'm going to be like, hi, you're new. And see if they respond.
So I'm trying to remember the effects of Druid Grove, and how high does it reach up?
Good question.
Because the crow's nest is about 80 feet up. So are you encompassed in the fog or not?
– 90-foot cube. So, okay. Yeah. Right. I would be right at the edge of that 90-foot cube.
Are they attacked by any vines or anything, or no?
Are you saying that because they would necessarily be considered like an enemy? Let me think.
You did not designate them as a creature that could enter, so I'm double checking.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Or do they have to be landed on them?
So the fog only reaches 10 feet high. The fog is only on the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, so the fog is just on the ground. Although I did put like wind wall like on either side of the ship, but presumably the birds are just kind of like could easily fly around that. Yeah, I don't think that the solid fog would be up at the crow's nest.
Gotcha. Yeah, so the normal birds come and eat out of your hand. the birds that have tentacles on their faces, they kind of land a little bit of ways from you. And you hear a voice enter your head. Hello there.
Hello there.
You are new to this area, aren't you?
Very new.
What are you doing here?
Exploring.
And what are you hoping to find?
I honestly am not 100% sure. I think we're looking for somebody, but I like to try new things, and we like to explore and try to find new things. Who am I talking to? I'm Kai, by the way.
Pleasure to meet you, Kai. I go by a few different names. You can call me Jaff.
Jack?
Jaff.
Jaff. Jaff, are you the bird that's right in front of me? Because I've never talked to a bird who can talk to me in my head.
No. I'm a friend.
Yo, do I believe him? Because
Saying he is a friend is a very loose term because you don't know what he's talking about.
fair enough. Jeff, we've never really met, and I'm not gonna lie, the tentacles on the bird's face, really not super. Well, that's just new and not exactly natural. Also, we got attacked by some dinosaurs the other day who had similar tentacles on their face, and so, like, friend?
Excuse me. No, I'm not sure. I'm not your friend.
Oh,
We have just met. We're acquaintances, if you will.
yeah. Do you live here?
I'm the friend of these creatures. I help to expand their minds, to show them there is more to life than to just subsist on those around them.
I mean, that's fair. I would agree with that so far. Hey, do you live in this area?
Yes.
Can
Where
you
do
tell me?
live?
In a cliff in the ocean, near the ocean.
What is an ocean?
A larger body of water than this body of water. Tell me, what is this place?
These lands?
Yes.
Can you be more specific?
Are we on the material plane?
This is new to me. What material plane? What is that?
I literally cannot describe this very well. I just understand that there are various planes of existences and some
such as what? What is a different plane of existence?
There's like the astral sea. I know that's a thing, and it like connects the different planes of existence. I don't.
Yes, I did remember reading something about that.
Yeah.
I thought they were just different places in the world, but if you're saying that they've jumped out together, then yes, this must be the material plane.
Huh. Weird. How did you get here?
I was born here. How did you get here?
Aw.
Where are you going?
I literally don't know. But I think I really don't know. Hey, where does the water go? Because I think we followed the water in, and we're wondering if we can just follow the water out. Do you know where the water goes every couple of weeks?
I've never really checked to see where it goes. There's a certain danger in it. It's best to move cautiously. And that is beyond my scope, or it has been. But you're telling me there are lands beyond?
I don't know, but we might go find out because we like to explore new things, and so we might.
But you said you came from different lands.
Oh yeah.
There must be other lands.
Yeah. Yes, agree. But I don't know if that's where the water goes. I don't actually know where the water goes, but we're probably going to go and find out because we like to do stupid shit like that, where we just walk right into portals and find out what happens.
I see.
Yeah, it's good times. Hey, listen, while we're here, are you a friend of all the creatures that have weird tentacle things on their face?
Why do you say they're
Not
weird?
weird.
I
Not
think they're
weird.
distinguished.
Just different. It's new to me, and I don't know if you've met too many humans, but anything new kind of automatically becomes weird.
You're a human. I thought you have interesting ears for a human.
That's a fair point. That was a misspeak. My bad. Although it's also accurate for humans. Hey, listen, do you like tea?
No. I have not had tea before.
Boy, what's this? Fuckload of birds on the deck.
Where are you?
Hang
Mr.
on one
Charlie?
second.
I assume probably starting to come up from below.
Birds, blast them.
All the birds with tentacles see you and they just swarm around. They don't attack you, but they get closer and they are looking at you.
What? Or not?
You are known to us, yes. How is this possible?
Oh, can you talk to them? Can you talk to the other people on the boat? Are we talking to each other?
Yes.
Mouth.
You don't see the mouth. You don't see any like mouth on these birds moving. You just hear a voice entering your mind.
Right.
Master Chili, do you hear them?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. I thought that was still the mushrooms from last
What
night.
have you done?
Do the birds?
Fucking a bird.
Yeah. Do the birds make any noises? Like I have seen flocks of birds. They usually, they cry.
The normal birds do. The ones with tentacles, not so much.
Yeah, I was imagining that they make noises like Hannibal Lecter, like.
No, they aren't going. Yeah.
Right. Did you know when Master Charlie was living in the woods how hard it was to find fucking birds? And now they're flying around. And he raises his cannon.
Wait, what?
Master Charlie's just gonna start blowing birds out of the sky.
All right. I mean, they're gonna fly and hide behind the mast and try to stay out of your line of sight.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'll take down maybe a couple if I can.
Do you shoot normal birds? Or are you just shooting the birds with the tentacles on their face?
Are there any other birds?
All I know is a whole bunch of fucking weird birds just started swarming around him, talking to him in his head.
Yeah.
Granted, hearing voices in his head probably isn't something really new, but yeah. A little bit of a chaotic psychopath.
Yeah. I mean, they fly away from you. And I guess they redirect their questions to Kai since you've shown yourself to be hostile. That's when he's obviously become known to us, yes.
Yeah, I do. Well, I mean, to be fair, some other creatures with similar looking faces did attack him first yesterday.
Yes, but that is part of the methods. Become part of the collective. But now he's not. He is, but he's also here yet again. How is this possible?
Magic.
What's magic? Who did this?
Can you hang on for 1 second?
Are you up in that fucking crow's nest? That where you went?
Yeah, dude, I'm still up here.
Crazy. I thought it was just a bunch of fucking weird birds, but since you're here, it's a lot less weird.
Hey, can you maybe grab the rest of the party? Because it feels like I am rapidly getting out of my depth and would really like to call a friend into this conversation. Like 5 minutes ago, and the conversation started 4 minutes ago. Like,
yeah, I got this.
Thank you.
Could we assume that maybe there's some kind of bell on the ship? Maybe that they would sound during like an alarm or something.
There's
Either
always a bell.
or like a call that could be echoed throughout the ship. It's pretty easy to get everyone's attention when you want it.
You did also just start shooting your weapon.
Yeah, Master Teddy, but no one knows that. He's gonna shoot the bell, try to make it ring.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you're a dead shot, so not that hard for you. I'd imagine that the rest of the crew eventually shows up with the birds continuing to ask Kai questions like, so where do you come from? What's your homeland? Like, how many people are there?
Oh, look. Why am I
wait,
not
wait.
surprised that there's a shit ton of birds on the deck, Kai?
Why? There's going to be bird poop everywhere.
And bird brains and bird body parts.
Wait,
All Kai has done for the last 2 or 3 minutes is just explain to the voices in his head the difference between chamomile tea and mint tea and all the different types of herbal teas and how delicious they are. And he's like, listen, I know you have a lot of questions, but some of my crew members are going to be much better at explaining things. But if you want to learn more about tea, I can tell you all about the tea. It's really pretty.
I see. Maybe another time. Who was it that brought this one back from the dead? Yes, that is new to me.
It was your mom and none of your business.
Well, first off, I don't have a mother, so that is impossible.
Didn't you say you were born here?
Yes.
So you have a mommy?
No.
Well, that's different.
Does
You
anybody
will
see
understand when you join the collective.
Anybody see? Wait, so out of character, are we hearing the voices of these birds? The rest of us, or is just Master and Kai so far?
When you show yourselves up on deck, the voice eventually pops into your head too.
I don't see any good reason why there should be birds here talking to us. Anybody
Not my
agree?
fault. It's not my fault.
Dude, did Kai feed strays again?
It's not my
There's
fault.
also no good reason for a floating box of strangers to appear on my shores. No, there isn't. But here you are, and here we speak.
From the way it talks and acts, can we assume it's like a hive brain or something?
Go ahead, and how would you like to try to identify that, Flinton?
I have no idea. Insight?
I mean, Kai was going to just ask because. So you keep talking about the collective.
Insight or Arcana?
He was
I'm going
using
with Arcana.
the pronoun we.
Yeah, and he's
If
talking
you
about
want
the
to
collective.
try to know more about mind flayers, you can roll history to see if you recall anything.
Sure, let's go with history.
Marie, trade with you. Yeah, I see it now.
That's a hefty 22.
You are aware that mind flayers do have a hive brain. You probably don't have a lot of experience with them as you are a surface dweller, and they tend to be more of a subterranean or extraplanar, interplanar type of threat. But you have heard they have a hive mind.
Don't they also have tentacles on their faces and stuff?
They do. That is one of their defining features. You've never heard of them infecting animals.
Yeah,
It's always been humanoids.
Yeah, the equivalent would be like we are eating insects instead of animals. There's nothing inherited to prevent them from doing that, but it's it's a lower life form, probably.
Analogy is a little bit off because that would be talking about mind flayers eating animal brains instead of people brains. This would be more like a computer programmer who normally works on high-end software deciding to make a Tamagotchi.
Ah, gotcha. So their hive it's comprised of individual brains working together. So they're using
with your history
animal.
check, with a history check, you would know that the Illithid, they have individual minds which are tied into a elder brain.
Yeah. So it means that using animals, that would mean that the drones essentially are less capable of sophistication. So
that
your
would
Tamagotchi,
that would be an insight check. But if you want to just jump to conclusions on your own, you can.
No, I was just basically that basically what I was going with was: are we talking with the like the birds wouldn't talk like that. It has to be like a hybrid or something that's controlling the birds. So my question was answered then. So
Okay.
It's fine. Thank you.
Yep. Who else was going to say something?
I can't remember.
Sorry.
All right.
No, I was gonna say I was just gonna say that Plenton asked pretty much the same question I was about to. So.
Or no, Kai, you were going to ask about what the collective is.
Oh yeah, because he referenced the collective and the we, and he's like, oh yeah. So what is the collective?
Collective is, how should you put it? You have an individual existence, yes?
Yes.
And what do you consider yourself? What is your existence? What defines?
Oh man, that's trippy. But dude, I got some shrooms that would really help you answer that question. Gotta say, does get a little. Oh, actually, you know what? Do you eat? Better question. Can your little bird friends eat?
Yes.
I pull out some of the Feywild trip balls mushrooms and be like, dude, you want to talk about existence? Like, come chill with me.
I'm sorry, but they don't eat that.
Oh. Can they?
No.
Oh.
Kai, you shouldn't be eating that either.
You still haven't answered my question. Who was it that brought this one back to life? Yes.
That's none of your business at the moment.
Yeah, not gonna lie, dude. Kind of creepy that you're asking that.
But it is my business. You see, becoming part of the collective is not an easy process. It fragments the mind.
Would you be willing to send some sort of singular emissary or intelligent creature to speak with us on the behalf of all of you? The one of you?
What is wrong with me speaking with you right now?
I mean, maybe there's like 9 of you, and you can pick the 7th of you to come and join us.
I am speaking to you right now. Why do you need me in person?
This is just a little different than what we're used to, and I feel that if we would like to make, meaningful progress in this bridge of communication, it might help us if you would be willing to oblige us.
I mean, if you really want to, I can send one of my larger associates to parley, if you will, but you'll still have the same conversation as you are now.
Would you mind the rest of the birds just kind of maybe going and just roosting on Treekai?
Oh, so only one bird then?
Yes, I think that would probably put us more at ease.
Certainly.
Master Choli, don't shoot him any. Don't shoot at any birds.
Yeah, all the birds fly off except for one.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel better already. Thank you.
My pleasure. So,
Well, conforming with the social penetration theory, in which everyone has layers that need to be broken down to get, into a more intimate, conversation. We do have people with all different kinds of magical affinities and trainings and aptitudes. And yes, there is someone aboard this ship with the ability to bring intelligent creatures back to life.
innate. Yes. I hope to one day probe their thought to see how this.
Well, let us know if you find them. And let them know that we're looking for them. That's a lie.
Roll a deception check.
I feel like Harvey's a really bad liar.
Yeah, it's not fantastic.
Oh,
I'm gonna add a +5 flash of genius to that. Make it 23.
He crit his insight.
Fuck! Which is
17.
34.
Oh, wow.
You don't say.
I do say,
I
and
suppose
as a
I'll
matter-
have to find him then. Yeah. Well, you've answered one of my outstanding questions. Maybe I can answer more of yours. Shall we trade? Is that how you would like to parlay, if you will?
Harvey just looks over at Rex. Rex, why don't you maybe facilitate the answering of questions before we let Kai start asking his dumbass questions? I have to go back into my quarters for a moment.
Okay.
And Tristan, did you have any questions?
Oh, none. Is this all like mentally? Can Tristan just be like observing? Because I don't think I have any questions. I'm just kind of trying to pay attention.
Yeah, it's all being transmitted psionically, if you will.
Okay, perfect. But so Tristan, I couldn't hear the conversation between Harvey and this entity.
You could.
Okay, perfect. Yes, that's what I was asking.
Thank you for asking.
I assume
that.
you guys.
That as well.
I assume you guys are speaking out loud when you're asking questions, and it's responding mentally to all of you at the same time.
Yeah, but if it's
That's
responding mentally, that would assume that it can also read our thoughts.
No, that's not how telepathy works.
I mean,
you
you don't really understand telepathy until you read the Dark Phoenix saga.
No, we're not going full Harry Potter where it's probing the mind.
Well.
Not just yet.
Telepathically and telepathy are a little different, but same coin, different side.
I mean, if you would like me to make an overpowered creature like that, I can help you out, Linton. I just did not do that in this case.
Let us kill 4 of the ones you've already made, and then we'll talk to you about it.
But yeah, Rex, did you have questions?
I think the captain wants me to ask a question, so I better come up with something.
I just meant like he had just told you to kind of facilitate it, as in hoping that you would try to get some useful information before Kai starts talking about like tea and mushrooms and frolicking with fairies and shit.
That's racist. We have a fairy now.
That's right. I'm sorry.
Are you?
Yeah, I am. No, I knew the moment I said it because I'm like, fairies are actually kind of cool. Elwin, we love you.
Thanks.
All right, so Rex will say out loud. Hi, what did you do to get this conversation started, or why did you start talking with the bird?
I said hello to the other normal-looking birds, and I fed them some seeds.
Wait, doesn't the captain have rules against feeding stray animals?
No, he does not.
Well,
And then this
next
bird
council,
with the creepy face, and I'm just not listening to Rex. This bird with the face and the tentacles. Sorry, didn't mean to say creepy, Mr.
Jaff,
Bird with
if you
tentacle
will.
face. Jaff? Yeah. Is that Jaff?
Jath. It is not my
J-A-
full name, but it's close enough. Yeah.
Jaff. Yes. Nice to meet you, Jaff. Hey,
Pretty much take Jeffrey the giraffe and just smash it together. He used to be a Toys R Us kid before he became a hive mind drone.
Aha.
I guess my first and most important question to ask is, what do you want with us?
I want to learn from you. Isn't that obvious? I mean, you brought a collection of mines in a strange wooden box that I have not seen in some time, unannounced into my lands. Wouldn't you want to know who a stranger is who shows up on your front door? Yes.
You don't know us that well. You probably don't want to get to know us that well.
But how do you learn if you don't venture into the unknown?
Well, here's the thing. Mostly referring to Kai on this, but the more you learn about us, the less you'll actually learn.
That's deep. It's deep. This is really deep. This is such a deep conversation.
That does not make any sense to me.
Well, then you haven't been around Kai long enough.
I'm telling you, dude, some shrooms, it'll make all the sense in the world.
You know, Kai.
Saying.
No shrooms. Shrooms later. Well, we're just passing through, so maybe you could just leave us alone or even better question.
You're passing through to where, though?
We don't know.
Your friend said you weren't sure where to go. How do you know how to get there if you don't know where you're going?
Well, this is the dumb thing. We trust Kai to navigate us, and it always goes bad. And we do the same thing over and over again. So what does that say about us? But anyways, have you seen any other bipedal creatures pass through semi-recently?
Define recently.
In the past couple of months. Centuries.
Centuries, yeah. Centuries. I've seen bipedal creatures.
Did you engage with them?
Yeah.
Did you get their name?
Yes, in a way.
Did you eat them?
Did I eat them?
I didn't think there was.
As a person, no. As a collective, yes.
Is there any of them that you have not eaten?
There are plenty that I have not eaten, but...
Oh, well, that's good.
Oh, do you remember a dude named Jason?
No, did not.
Oh, okay.
Did not meet a Jason. What does he look like?
I have no idea.
No.
Also, we would prefer to not be eaten.
I mean, we prefer lots of different things, but that is not to say we can have them.
Well, we can, because it's better for everybody's interest if you try to us, because then we're going to hit you with sharp objects, and it's just going to be a thing.
I can see this would be difficult, yes, but when you join the collective, you will understand.
Well, we're not going to join collectives. Kai, maybe we'll let you have Kai, if really nice.
It's at this point, Harvey, like, the door to the captain's quarters open. Harvey comes out. He's in the rest of his armor. I assume the crew would probably, if they saw it, would notice that Harvey has a dagger, in his belt.
Sec. Leopold, were you going to ask something?
Can I insight how much he salivated over knowing our minds? Is what Leopold said in the chat.
You can insight that.
Also, while Leopold's inciting that, Kai's probably also calling out. So is there any way we could just not join the collective and just kind of like slide on through?
Kai, we're not joining the collective.
What I just said.
Kai.
Yo. Yes, right?
It's not a hippie commune.
Exactly. What Plenton said.
If you can give me the knowledge of how you performed this resurrection, I can allow you to pass through unharmed. And it isn't that bad. Even if you join the collective, you'll live on for all eternity with us.
Nobody wants that.
Actually, I think Eloquin just played a song. Played a song for like an hour.
Like I said, magic. The answer to all questions, magic.
Yeah, it was like a 4-minute song. They just kept playing on repeat.
He flies back over to Kai. You want to join the collective, don't you? I thought you enjoyed
honestly,
our conversation.
No, dude, I'm sorry. I do dig the conversation. It was cool meeting you. I'm sorry that I called your face weird, but respectfully, I don't think I want to join the collective. I like my individuality.
You make me sad.
Dude, you can't get stoned out of your mind unless, like, you have your own mind.
You don't understand and appreciate how blissful it is to be part of this. Your friend already knows, and you could join him. Mr. Sparrow?
I'm sorry, what? I just said out loud?
Yeah, and he flies away.
Was it like Master Chili's voice?
Yep.
I turn and look at Master Chili.
Same.
Master Chili with a different voice? What the fuck was that?
Yeah, your question that's a good question. I have no fucking idea, but sounded just like my man.
And
Oh, God.
and if your man would be Master Chili, then who are you?
Me?
I believe
Yeah.
he already told you his name is Teddy.
Well, my name.
He hasn't said that out loud.
Yeah, he has.
He has?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it kind of was. The Teddy part was out loud, but
It was very quick, but he
Yeah.
did technically say it.
yeah.
Sorry, I thought he was talking out of character. I didn't think he'd said that in character. I did. Yeah. Well, then, is Master Chili in there?
Well, really, Master Choli is inside of here.
And he just kind of like points to his head.
But that lad he's been quiet for a while, right? So, whenever Master Choli gets in trouble or is overwhelmed, that's kind of when I show up. So, yeah, I just kind of woke up, and now I'm here, and that little bird over there just spoke like Master Trolley, so I think it has something to do with him picking him up by the face and sucking the brains out.
As soon as he says that, Christian's gonna turn to Kelvin and he says, "Say something." He's gonna say "How do you feel?" Like in your head.
Fine.
Because if you feel any form of pressure or start hearing any voices, just let us know immediately. We can't have any possession or any weird mind riding thing going on. So Teddy, I guess he points to my so Teddy, I guess we could call you Teddy for now. Same thing with you. I don't really know how that works, but if you start hearing voices in your head, just let us know. Just so that we can.
Right, you got it, mate.
He just gives him the thumbs up.
We're all hearing voices in our head currently, bud.
Okay, I guess we need a different.
Can you make stop? Like, do you have a spell that make the voices stop? Because I don't trust Cap.
I do, but only on one person at a time per day.
Oh,
Yes.
On a side note, just because Harvey pretty much, I assume that when everything started is when Harvey was finishing his long rest and he's got some artificer shit he wants to do while he still has the opportunity. Harvey goes over to Pleton and just whispers to Pleton, like,
Hey, Pleton, is your weapon, is it magical, or is it just pretty standard weapon?
Well, Pleton is not wearing a weapon at the time because he always summons them, but my axe is not.
Can I borrow it for a few minutes? I gotta sharpen it. If I may.
It is already sharp. Sharp enough to cleave extra years.
If it's not magical, I can make it sharper. Huh?
And then just nods, and there's a explosion of blue flame, and it appears in his hand.
Son of a bitch! Yeah, warn me when you're doing that. Thank you. And he just like takes it from you and then heads back into the captain's quarters.
I thought your axe was a +1 axe.
It is, but the +1 comes from my class. It's not magical inherently. I bought myself a magical two-handed sword just in case to have it on if the case need be.
Huh.
So
Harvey,
my one-handed weapon is not magical.
Yeah, Harvey, he doesn't want to do it in the presence of this thing, but he is going to put the enhanced weapon artificer infusion on it to make it a +2 weapon.
Oh, thanks.
Ooh, that's nice.
I assume it also makes it magical.
Yes.
Okay, I will have to keep it in mind. When does it wear off?
I'll leave that to John, because I would assume artificer infusions in nature are magical. It doesn't specifically say in the infusion itself that it makes a weapon magical.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it.
Oh wait, no, I take it back. When you infuse it, it specifically says this magic weapon grants a +1 at base level, and then a +2 when I reach 10th. So yeah, okay.
Yeah, artifices are all about crafting magic items, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
when he gives it back to you, well, as long as the power still remains within my body, it'll be good. If not, in 5 days.
well, you'll have to keep the power in your body then.
I agree. Usually keep it in my third leg, but keep that a secret.
He just like elbows you, does probably nothing to you.
No.
It's like ding ding up against your armor, but that's about it.
I also feel like I cut you off, Harvey. Did you mean to like summon that bird to your hand and kill it?
No.
Okay.
I didn't want to do anything to the birds.
Okay.
Harvey just wants to, because this thing's asking about magic and learning about all this shit. I was thinking of just infusing it right there on the deck, but then of course that would have just opened a whole new can of worms. So he went back to his captain's quarters and did it.
Okay.
As he's doing that, Kai's just going to take a couple minutes and just keep a sharp lookout over the next, 10, 20 minutes, however long that takes from the crow's nest. Make sure that all the birds actually left and see if there are any other creatures kind of showing an interest in the boat.
Sure. Roll a perception check.
Just keeping an eye on things.
There's one tentacle bird that's quite a ways from the boat that's just kind of keeping an eye on you.
Okay. But
I
far enough
really-
away that-
Nothing from a spy.
I know Plutton rolled the history or insight, but did any of us, the rest of us, kind of pick up as to whether or not we think it might be a hive mind kind of situation with these things?
I assume Planted would communicate as much, but I don't know where we connected with our brain space at that time or not.
Yeah, I would think also, Kai asked questions about the collective, so I think we're all comparing notes afterwards. I think between the two of us, we would have come up with that.
And if we are really concerned about secrecy, it seems to be communicated within our minds, but we can write notes like crazy to each other. I think it's fine.
Well, maybe you can. Some of us might not be able to write.
What?
You can't write.
Hey, look.
Can you read?
Kind of.
I mean, now we know why you don't really like guts.
Exactly.
No holy books to read.
Jesus, I knew I was smarter than you, but fuck.
Look, I do things with an axe or a pick, whatever, and try to keep you guys from dying, so...
Oh, it's okay. There's no judgment here.
More worth than Kai, at least.
Kai, reaches around, just kind of picking at, all the random shit that's just on his body, and ends up like finds a little pinch of soot probably buried in a like under a fingernail or something, and then just kind of walks over to Rex, and between that and some sea salt out of his hair, just kind of like pats you on the shoulder, doesn't say anything, casts comprehend languages on you. Because for the next hour, you can understand any written language that you see.
That will mess with Rex's head.
And he's like, it's okay.
Except for music. No one knows how to read music.
Yeah, no, fuck that shit.
Harvey, so the thing in my head annoys me. I kind of want something, and not just Kai. Though he just touched me and I didn't like it, and it wasn't mutual. I'm pretty sure there's something in the code against that, but moving on to bigger and better things.
You played fetch with me yesterday. You played fetch with me yesterday.
Hey, who said that?
Wow, it's Tree Kai.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
Tree.
Alright.
For a second, I thought you were here, Tree Kai. You're normally pretty quiet. Do you have any opinions on the little bird situation that just happened?
I mean, that was really weird.
Did they talk to you, too?
I mean, now I was kind of quiet, so I don't think you really paid any attention to me.
Oh, well, that was smart.
Thanks.
The little birds aren't super scary, but the dinosaurs that ate people's faces, kind of scary. And the thing that Kai was stalking, creeping on, I don't know, violating their privacy, whatever it is that he does to describe to us, seems even worse. Though, maybe fun. I don't know.
Was Captain Travis on deck with us?
Yeah, he would have been in the background.
Captain Travis, do you have any opinions or insight on any of that? You've been here a little longer than us. You ever come across any of those little bastards?
I mean, I dodged their attacks for days, as you found me being chased by some of his larger companions. I would recommend staying away from them. They are not trustworthy.
Have they ever tried to come in contact with you, like communication wise?
I do remember very occasionally when they were chasing me, I would hear a voice saying, "Where are you running?" I didn't bother turning around to see who was talking to me. I just wanted to get the fuck away from them.
Oh, that's fair.
But considering what just happened, I would assume that was telepathy at this point. That being said, they appear to be at least either a major player or the ruling forces of this land, so maybe entreat with them to get information if you need it, but like I was saying, I don't trust them.
So maybe we just
whatever.
We either kill them or we ignore them. Those are our choices.
Well, I don't think we're going to be able to evade them. There's a bunch of those little bastards. Who knows? There's more. And it's possible that anything with the tentacles coming out of its face is part of their collective, so we should probably get used to having spies all around us.
If we were on foot and going through the jungle, we could stand a chance of evading them, but we are kind of sitting ducks on a floating cork, if you will.
Well, we'll probably double the watch then in the evenings, but it doesn't change the fact that we're going to take these things on head on. We need to let Moss, Teddy, and Kelvin rest, and we need to have a plan that involves more than hit them until they're dead, which is a perfectly reasonable plan in my mind, but I feel like Harvey probably has a better plan.
Well, of course I got a better plan. I've always got a better plan. I just haven't prepared it yet.
I have a plan. It's a great plan.
I'm afraid to ask, but what is your plan, Kai?
It's a great plan. You guys are going to love this plan. So I was actually thinking about this plan. This is a plan that I actually thought about. It is a good
How much
plan.
mushrooms did you have when you started thinking about the plan?
0 mushrooms. That's why I think you might actually like this plan.
Insight check.
Great lion.
Dude, okay, so get this, right? Grand plan. I make it. I build a trap.
A trap?
That's it.
Like a
That's the
bear
plan.
trap?
No, like a giant, big ass hole in the ground. And then,
Won't they see it?
so, you know how like when you're on shrooms, you see things. Well, I'm pretty sure that I know how to magically translate that hallucinatory effect out into the world and project that onto the mind of everybody. Anyway, yeah, I can make a hallucinatory terrain. It's pretty trippy.
You're gonna be on shrooms and you're gonna make everyone else trip balls?
No. It actually has nothing to do with shrooms. This was
Sounds like
anyway.
a really terrible plan so far.
Listen, I want to make a fake terrain. It's going to look like okay, so step 1, I go find a field. Step 2, I make the field look like the field, okay? Now just bear with me here. Once the field looks like the field, then, just like I was excavating earth the other day, I just lower the ground of the earth. I excavate out the earth. I make a big-ass trench, and then we stand on the other side of the trench, and then the dinosaurs come after us, and they fall into the trench if it's big enough, or maybe they jump over it and then we all die, and then we go back to Rex's plan B of just hitting them until they die. But everyone's trying to make a trap.
Didn't you tell us that they levitate or fly?
It's going to make a really, really big trap. True. There is a chance. I don't actually know. It seemed like, so when I was scrying on them, he did seem to be able to kind of hover in the air for half a second. I don't really know if he can, I don't know how much they could actually jump though. Right? GM, do I remember actually seeing them jump when I was scrying?
You remember seeing it hunting a monkey and you remember it leaping in the air to catch it, and it kind of just hung there abnormally long. You didn't see it actually flying, but its movement seemed a little bit weird. You feel like they might, but you have no idea for sure.
Okay.
So Leopold's plan is to get Kai high and then feed the hive mind Kai.
That's the best plan so far.
Not an awful plan.
Dude, that's why I was trying to give it shrooms. I wanted to see whether or not I could get the hive mind tripping.
Well, it'll eat your brain if we offer it.
Okay, well, listen, if I'm going to go down, if I am going to die, my last action will be to just shove my face full of shrooms. How about that?
Well, we're also going to feed you with every single potion that we have.
So
I'm sure we can put some other nasty shit in your veins.
So basically, we all have little suicide pills, but they're just a bunch of shrooms. So if you're about to go down, you just chomp down,
trip your balls off.
so that if they eat your brains, they get tripping out for everybody else to take them down easier.
Dude, I love this plan. This is a great plan. Anyway, so yeah,
Right now, Teddy's just having PTSD of having his brain sucked out.
But seriously, if we are planning on taking them down, I do think that I could set a half decent trap. It would take me pretty much most of the day, pretty much all afternoon. But I do think that I could dig a trench pretty damn big. To Kelwin, to your point, it would be about 40 feet wide and about 60 feet deep is what
we were flying through the air and they smacked Tristan out of the air pretty good. We were more than 40 feet.
Tristan, I usually default to you when it comes to anything that requires thinking. So, hive minds. Do you know much about hive mind?
I do have Actually, I'm gonna ask DM first. DM, can I roll like a history check to see what I know first before I start talking out my ass?
Or Arcana?
What in particular are you trying to identify? Just like a loose history of Illithid, or?
Yes, basically just what do I know about them first. I was about to just start talking, but I didn't want to say what the character would know, or I didn't want to just, I don't know. I was just.
Are you proficient in history?
Yes, history and Arcana.
Yeah, go ahead and roll history.
Okay.
No more than Plentinare told the group. You have an idea of how a hive mind functions.
That's actually what Rex wanted. That's all he needs for where Rex is leading it.
Okay. Well, then I say I don't really know much more than what Plenton said.
Does it work similar to your spell that you cast on us, that like they can communicate with each other instantly in their brains?
Yes, definitely. I also think that in terms of
my question would be is once the first one falls into Kai's trap, won't he just communicate telepathically with the rest of them and say, "Hey guys, there's a big hole here, don't come"?
That would likely be the case, unless you can find a way to incorporate some form of psychic shielding into the trap, in like I don't know, like a network, like a jammer. But I don't know how we can do that.
Like a ring of mind shielding?
Yes, but I guess a massive ring of mind shielding. Something that could, I guess, shield however large this trap ends up being. That could be beneficial. Another thing is, given that he said that, given that this thing said that they would like to know about resurrection, and it seems like they learn that they might be learning from everything that they eat. Every time they consume something, they learn from them. This is just a theory based on what Jath said. Those two things, the fact that it consumes things and gains memories, and the fact that it doesn't know how to resurrect anything, we could use that to say that it may not know much about certain types of magic. It may not have encountered that types of magic yet. Again, this is just an assumption because we do not really know much about what we are facing. But do you think we could use that to our advantage somehow? Maybe trick it into making a mistake based on the lack of knowledge?
Or we just hit it doesn't move.
By definition, it's a hive mind, so it will know that it lost one of its component pieces.
Plenton, what did you roll on your history check?
22.
You would also know the Illithid. They form. What's the word? Let's say not just a hive mind, but they have a hive, and they don't tend to venture very far out from it. Go ahead and roll an Arcana check as well.
Are you talking about like the main component, or the actual primary brain itself doesn't leave? Or you talk about like all the individual like drones?
Oh Christ! I'll try to add a d6 to that because that is bad. Maybe I'll get a 10 at least. Can I use my inspiration to reroll that?
If you have inspiration, yeah.
Well, now I had it. Okay, I will, because that is shit. Okay, 16. I will still add an extra d6 on top of it. So 21, sorry, 21.
So an illithid colony, they venture out from it a certain distance, but it's very rare to have a group of illithid that ventures far away from their base of operation. You postulate that they need to be within a certain distance of the elder brain. Maybe not to survive, but just a sense of comfort, maybe. They don't enjoy being separated for a long time.
Would it also imply that the range of their psychic communication is limited?
Potentially, yes.
You
don't. No one's spent enough time in close coordination with the illithid to identify what exact range an elder brain has in communicating with its hive. But you would imagine that just like everything else, there's a limitation.
It also implies there's a hive nearby, and that is bad. Okay, I will share that with the group. The hive cluster is close.
With your history and arcana, you would recognize that kind of weird. You don't know what type of elder brain would be affecting this because illithid generally don't infect animals. It's very out of anything that you've heard of before. So there may be some things that line up with what you already know, and there are going to be other things which are different.
Also, there are not many other creatures around. We have not seen any cities or anything like that here?
No. So when you were exploring, you haven't seen any cities yet. There are other animals around. There are normal dinosaurs in the jungle. You just haven't seen them very much because they avoided you. And you spend a lot of time on your ship. You have not run into any humanoids yet.
Yeah. So it may be the case that it's limited to what it has at hand.
Might be, but then he did say that he has had humanoids come across his path.
It may be true, but that would imply that there were a few. It's not
would.
like
so. Yeah. You are assembling pieces of the puzzle, and you just don't have very many pieces yet.
Yep. Okay. I will still share this with the group, and that the hive cluster is. If we attack the hive cluster, that may be something that would get rid of this creature permanently. But then again, do we want to?
Captain?
It's hard to decide. Do we destroy the shit out of that thing, or just keep going and hope it stays closer to here than further south?
What are we looking here? What are you looking for here?
Well, not so much looking for something here other than the simple reconnaissance that Kai and Leopold did. If anything, we're just staying a little further north because Captain Travis told us things start to get really hairy and dangerous the further we go south. So we wanted to give Teddy and everyone a little time to recover before we started really getting into the thick of it. So it's up to the rest of you. We can go hunting if we want, or we can just try to bypass it. But I want to do whatever is the safest.
Safest thing is not being here.
True.
But is it safer to plan our attack or try not to be ambushed?
It's a good point as well.
I'm honestly asking the question to the group because I saw what those things did to Mostachuli and to Kelwyn in a matter of seconds. But at the same time, I'd rather be prepared and, in a position that's tactically advantageous to us than, in the middle of the ocean, a bunch of them ambush the boat while we're all sleeping.
Okay, what do we know? We know it's a edited type creature. right? It's a hive mind. We know it's stranded here. It doesn't have contact with many other people. Possibly there's a elder brain things like commune hive cluster nearby, and it wants our brains, or at least our minds. Do we really want to stick around? Like, how much scouting do we really need?
The problem is if we go south and end up finding something even worse down to the south, then we have nowhere to retreat. But if we deal with the situation up here, then we at least have somewhere to retreat if the south is even scarier.
Yeah, I think I may have been missing some points during the recap, but why are we in here, like this place?
Well, here's the thing. The navigator led us here, but I trust that we're in the right place, not because of Kai, but because of Tristan. Tristan's books led us to coordinates. The coordinates, there was a vortex. We came through the vortex. Also, we are still trying to find Jason, and Travis over there was here looking for him, so we're probably on the right track.
Speaking of Travis, how did you know how to get here?
I already told you that.
Yeah, he pretty much followed the same azimuth that we followed. He just got to him a little differently.
Different azimuths. They found different stones that we deciphered.
Okay. Different stones.
But various individuals I came across, bar wenches and whatnot, that my father told them where he was going. That is how he rolls, apparently.
Gotcha. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, but the creature was not implying that it has something to do with Jason, was it? No.
No, I think that given the vortex and the water coming in, it feels like within this area, my guess would be that we either need to exit. Maybe this is more of like a, I don't know, like a way station where you just, our next destination is through whatever exit the water carries us through down on the bottom. Like maybe that carries us on to the next destination, or alternatively, the destination is, and I just point up into the sky, somewhere up there in the sky.
So we don't have any way of knowing where the exit is. Like this is just guesswork.
This is guesswork. Pretty much. Although we have not explored either of those options. We haven't gone up into the sky, and we also haven't made it to the south.
I would like to point out that you are making a valid point that I have not looked into the sky at all. There could very well be something up there that could lead us to the right direction. If we all go to the sky, there's going to be no one protecting the ship, and there are birds constantly watching our ship. Your ship. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Just there's some trepidation to be had with leaving the ship before a threat is dealt with. Just wanted to put that up.
That sounds like we need to deal with this threat so we can do anything else.
I would agree.
What's the consensus from the rest of the group? Leopold, Tristan, Plenton?
I think we should take the fight to this thing because it sounds like this thing is hungering after our knowledge and will likely strike us as soon as it senses any weakness. So we shouldn't give him that.
Who here can fly?
I raise his hand.
Yeah, between both of us, we how many people can ride in the chariot?
2.
So
How
there's
fast can a
two.
chariot move?
As fast as the creature pulling it. So if it's anchor in its current form, 80 feet a turn.
Also, there's a mount Plantain can use, and there's another mount that's dragging the chariot. So maybe someone can. Oh no! If you drag the chariot behind the mount, you can use the mount, right?
Correct.
Well, 3 then.
I can fly. Rex can pull the chariot. Plantain can fly. Kai can turn into eagles. We
And
also
eagles
have
can bring
People could
someone with them.
as an eagle. He's done that before.
Yep.
Oh, maybe half of us could go up above the clouds. The other half can stay on the ship. While these two recover and keep watch.
Standing still invites an attack.
The ship's moving as fast as it can. Unfortunately, the water really isn't going all that fast. There's no wind here.
Kai, can't you?
Do we have any rows? Sorry, I cut you off there.
Oh, you're okay. I was gonna say, Kai, can't you whisper to the wind and make it blow faster or something?
Sure, I can.
Wait, what? I was kidding.
What? Yeah, no, of course I can. Do we want to win?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. Not. So, the only problem with the sky there, Captain, is we have those flying worm creatures that Masachuli already angered.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't really like splitting the party and going up there.
I was just kind of thinking of going up just above the clouds to see if we can see anything from where we are and take a quick look and then just come right back down.
We just send Kai for that.
Oh, yes, but
Yeah.
if we all end up going up there sooner or later, the more people who've seen it before, we'd probably have a better chance if we ever have to go up there again. Because
Would it help?
I can turn us all into gas, and we can fly faster than hell. But the problem is if we do get hit and you fall out of gas form, then
Seems like a problem.
yeah,
Splat.
that's why I asked who can naturally fly.
Would it help if I just, cleared the clouds out of the way?
If you can do that, we can see.
Yeah, but isn't
The only
the
problem is, if I do that, I'm pretty sure I'm going to piss off a whole bunch of those flying worm things.
And isn't
or
the
fall
cover
attention to us.
3 miles in the air anyways? Or am I missing?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's like 3-4 miles up.
Yeah.
I can still get 'em out of the
clouds
way.
are.
Yes.
So Harvey can cast Windwalk. You move 300 feet a second, and you're in gaseous form. You appear as wisps of clouds. So if you're going to go through clouds, it's probably the best camouflage there is in the entire world. So we could probably haul ass up there, go through the clouds, have like quadruple advantage on stealth checks, and go take a look.
I like that idea.
But let's just say we fly into some dangerous magic, then, and if it does damage,
Don't we have resistance to pretty much everything?
let me link it.
I think in cloud form, we have resistance to damage from non-magical weapons. Okay. And the only thing you can do is dash.
And revert.
You have flying speed of 300
minute.
feet, and the only thing you can do is dash.
Yeah, it also takes 1 minute to revert to original form.
So if you guys anger something and then fly back to the boat is
Poking at it.
and turn back.
600 feet.
Oh, well, if we angered anything, bringing it to the boat would be the worst idea.
Getting yourselves killed seems like the worst idea.
Well, We're gonna have to walk. We're gonna have to walk on the wild side. We're just gonna have to decide which direction that side is.
Here's a thought. If the more people we send, the harder this is going to be to pull off. But theoretically, if only one or two of us went up there,
The stealthy ones.
even if we do need to book it back here, maybe we don't lead whatever it is back to the boat. Maybe we lead it off to the other side of the map. So long as we land and can turn back.
So you'll lead it off the other side of the map, land, turn back, and get your brains eaten, and we'll never hear from you again. As long as it's you, I'm in.
I mean, you can come with me if you want, but
No.
Well, for the transport via plants, I can pop back to the ship from the other side of this map real fast if I need to. So if we book it to the other side of the map, and then drop back into human form, then we we can probably do that before they catch up with us, given that we're going to be dashing and moving 600 feet per round, and then we can jump back to the ship very quickly.
You don't really need to prepare anything for transport via plants, do you?
Just
you need to have
it's one action.
Oh, sure. If it's not like a ritual, like you have to buy the plant at dinner or something.
Nope. No, there's no asking permission on this one.
I seem to remember there was something about getting familiar with the plant.
Oh, I have to be familiar with the destination, the target destination.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. And we've ruled that I can that ship Kai counts as a destination, so I can pop back onto the boat.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and turn into a gas and go up. Who wants to go with?
Kai raises his hand.
Before you turn into anything, can I try something quick?
Sure. What you got in mind?
So I want to cast Rope Trick.
Ooh, that's a fancy trick.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you link that real quick? I just want to double check the wording on it.
Yeah.
Is it the one with extra dimensional space?
Yep. Yeah, that's the one Harvey casted when we broke Mastacholi out.
Yeah, part of my brain seems to be blocked.
It's one of her clockwork spells, but it doesn't let her change her clockwork spells. So can you link that for him?
Yeah. Got it.
There it is.
Okay. What are you hoping to do with it?
I'm going to climb up into the space and then cast plane shift back to the boat.
Should work.
It depends if we're on the material plane or not.
Let me double check plane shift. Okay. If I remember right, the way that we did this when my brother was trying to find the 13th gate was that since you're trying to teleport to a specific location on a different plane of existence, then we treat it like the teleport spell where you have to roll and you have a certain level of familiarity.
Yeah, the problem is the component.
She has the component.
Oh, that shouldn't be a problem, I guess.
That's the whole
Because-
point of this whole trick compared to teleport is it beats the teleport rolling.
Did she grab a piece of the ship or have a piece of the ship?
I mean, if she needs one, sure.
I'd like to think that if she's making this plan, she would know that she'll need a piece.
And
Okay.
it needs to be at least worth 250 GP. So, what important part of the ship
No,
did we sacrifice?
The 250 gold point is the tuning fork.
Yeah. That's to get to the material plane.
Right.
The familiarity part. Oh, yeah, so that's different. Okay,
Yeah.
just roll a percentile, and as long as you get above a 25, you find your way back to the ship just fine.
Actually, didn't we bring this up about how wonky it is when we're playing around with the extra dimensional space?
What do you mean?
We might have actually talked about this at the beer fest, but we had said extra dimensional space is weird because it's not an actual like plane. It's like
yeah, so extra dimensional spaces are not part of another plane of existence. Typically, they are a subspace within the astral sea, which is invisible for D&D reasons. But yeah, it's definitely separate from the material plane. So I'll go ahead and say it works.
Okay.
Very roundabout way, and you burn some spell slots, but yes, you do get back to the ship.
Okay.
Maybe worthwhile to invest in a teleport circle somewhere on the ship at one point.
If you have a year to prep a teleportation circle, but
Which is
yeah.
it's so annoying. Whoever came up with the thing about casting a teleport for a year to make use of a teleportation circle needs to be chastised.
It is to balance the game because, as we have said before, y'all are munchkins.
I mean, there's balancing a game, and there's just you're a play character.
Hard.
You're not doing it.
It's more of a tease.
It is hard line.
It's more of a tease than anything to put that in the description, knowing that probably 98% of the player base might not do that. Or isn't
I mean, imagine having like adventures. So I have to come back today because I need to cast the teleport spell again. Because if I'm missing a day, it's not going to be working.
I mean, I like it because if you're starting an adventure and you're doing a high level one, you can say like, oh yeah, well, I created my own adventurers guild and we spent a year making our own teleportation circle in our guild hall. Fantastic.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It's not a utility spell for a session. It's for downtime or for NPCs.
Yeah. It's to prevent someone going, well, I'm going to sneak into the big bad's hideout and lay down a teleportation circle and move in an army.
That would be awesome.
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah, and that's why they made that rule. Anyways, what would you guys like to do?
Watching Calwyn do that, Kai's like, Calwyn, what are you doing?
I would like to think that she disappears from sight only to reappear right behind you.
Whoa, yes. Hi.
Hi.
Fancy.
What you doing?
What you got up your sleeve?
So I was thinking, since that worked, that if we wait until tomorrow, we can all go, scouting or whatever it was that you wanted to do. And then should anything happen, I can just bring us all right back to the boat.
Oh.
Yeah, that's snazzy. That's almost like a teleport spell, isn't it?
better. But yeah.
Tristan, do you know how to teleport spell?
I do not. I do not.
Oh, what the hell, Tristan? This person shows up, she's brand new to the crew, she can do all this fancy shit, and you can't?
Hey,
That is a very
be nice, Harvey.
ingenious application. I didn't think about that.
He's saying it jokingly.
I know.
Oh, all right.
Hey, Tristan's never gotten his brain eaten by a dinosaur, so he's got that going for him. Sorry,
Yeah.
Kel.
I wonder if that means that these little bastards know those tricks too.
That's what I'm worried about.
Well, I guess either way, as long as we do it first, we'll be all right. Oh, okay. So who wants to go to the sky? Guys going? I'm going. One or two more.
Are we still going with this stealthy approach?
Yep, we're going up as clouds of gas. We're gonna go up to the clouds. We're gonna go to the top of the clouds and look around and stay hidden. Look around, see if we see anything, and then come back down. We're not gonna be doing any exploring. We're not fucking around.
Plan to volunteer for sort of guard duty, like escort duty, but isn't going to be up to the sky with you guys because he's noticeable. Very inconspicuous. How would you say the opposite
Conspicuous?
of? Yeah, the opposite of it.
Inconspicuous.
So I'm very conspicuous.
Yeah.
Very easy to spot.
If we adjust clouds of gas, would it really matter?
No. You look like you're comprised of clouds. You do not turn into cloud of gas. Like you have the same shape, color, probably smell also, but you seem to be comprised of. Yeah, you're just floaty. You still need to stealth.
It specifically says you appear as a wisp of cloud.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
So the way I read that, the way I read that is you don't take on like an incorporeal form. You look like a cartoon cloud.
Yep. You look like a fart cloud. I mean, Did I say that aloud?
Yeah. But yeah, so that's the plan, is to go up like that and just hide in the clouds unless something specifically looking for a little bit different looking cloud, or we do something silly, then we should be all right.
Everyone gather their things. We leave in 5 minutes.
I'll stay.
Wait.
Watch the ship.
Sorry, Cohen, did you say that we need to do that tomorrow?
If I'm going along and bringing everyone back, then yeah, because I need some more rest before I can do it again.
We're just going up to the clouds and coming back. We're not doing any of that fancy teleporting stuff.
Okay.
Or is that what you meant? I thought if we were gonna go doing some exploring, like on foot. Are you saying if we get in trouble and have to run away, that's how we'll run away and then be able to teleport back to the ship?
I mean, either way, yeah, that works too.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were doing something different.
All right, so everyone has to decide. If it's just like one or two people, Harvey's willing to take the chance just to go up, and then if you get in trouble, you're on your own.
Yeah, and if it's just two people, like Harvey, if you wanted to just go, like if we just went, like I think we can get back via transport, via plants, or you know, various shenanigans.
Yeah, or I mean, if we have to,
if multiple of us are going, then I think we need to wait till tomorrow and have Kellen's plane shift as a backup.
I think smaller group makes much more sense for this plan.
Yeah.
I'll ask the DM, is the location of the ship on the map accurate to where we are? Or I think this is what, our second full day in here?
I mean, at this time, it's probably here, and then overnight it'll drift here.
Okay. And this is How many day 2? So is this Kelvin and Masacholi's? They've only gotten 1 long rest in so far.
Yes,
Okay, and they need 4 to be back at normal. Right?
I believe so. Yeah, I'd have to double check the spell, but I believe so. All right. So, are 2 people going on an adventure?
Yes.
Yeah,
make a
Harvey and
decision.
Kai.
Okay.
That's and like just and I guess like out of character, let everybody know that's part of the reason why I had asked if anybody could fly, because I mean, if shit hits the fan, Harvey can fly, or if he really needs to, he might ask for Ivolo's help. But Kai can transport via plants, so like I or Harvey really aren't too worried about being on their own. They could get back.
Yeah.
So if anybody else feels like they could get back, if shit hit the fan and we got separated, then, you know, it might be all right or fine if they come as well. But kind of as Rex said, as everyone said, a bigger group, then yeah, we would definitely need a more airtight plan. So, and I think it's best that Kai goes since he's got the best perception.
Agreed. I'm down. I'm good to go.
All right. Well, then, if you're ready, then Harvey will take the minute to cast Windwalk.
Right before you do, I'm going to drop a 2nd level pass without a trace on us, and then off we go.
Okay.
All right.
So the 2 of you go up in gaseous form through the sky to the clouds above.
Yeah, to be clear, I think what we're probably going to do is probably going to just like book it over to here. P.S. We have a flying speed of 300 feet, and all we can do is
insane.
300 feet per round?
Per round.
Yeah.
And the only action we can take is to dash or like come back into normal form. So at dashing, that's 600 feet, which is 70 miles an hour. So we are booking it at 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, okay.
Which now that I think about it, if we're ever in a pinch, I could just cast Windwalk and everybody in the crew can just start smashing into the sails.
Interesting. I wonder.
You'd probably have to roll a con save for your sails to make sure you don't break them. But okay. So you guys zoom off into the clouds over to the eastern portion of this area.
Wait, sorry.
No. Harvey said he just wants to go up and see.
Okay.
We're not going to do any reconnaissance, so we're going straight up.
Wait, before we go, Kai would say to Kai would be like, wait. Can we get an hour of that mental telepathy shit going first, real quick, so we can talk to everybody?
From Tristan.
Yeah, if you said that before you left, then yeah, for sure, Tristan would definitely take 10 minutes to sort that out during.
Because you can ritually cast it, right?
Yeah. Yes. So Tristan would take the 10 minutes to cast that.
Thank you. And then as we're going, Kai would be like, okay, maybe we just, like, if we do get noticed, we just shouldn't be right above the ship, is my thought of we should just fly off to the side for a little bit.
That's fine.
Okay, so little off to the side, and then we start heading up.
Okay. So in a couple minutes considering how fast you're going, 3 miles go by. You find yourself in a dense cloud belt and you hear sounds of things moving up above you. Go ahead and roll a stealth check, followed by a perception check.
Is this going to be at advantage since we're at clouds?
At advantage because of your clouds, and then you have Pass Without a Trace, which is a plus what, Kai?
Plus 10. Plus whatever your, so a 27 and a 32.
Okay. Silent as a fart.
And then perception.
Yep.
I'll do Flash of Genius to give myself a 21.
Can you do that when you're in gaseous form?
So it's not like an actual ability. Well, let me see. I'll link it.
Hey, I just threw that in chat there, but Leopold's gonna have the crew man the guns and go up to the crow's nest himself just in case they bring a shitstorm down on us.
Okay. Leopold, go ahead and roll a perception check.
I would like to think that this is just kind of like having like an aha moment, something that just makes your ability better. Like, oh, hey, maybe if I squint my eyes, I can block out some of the sun and get a better look. It's kind of like an idea flashes through their head.
No. You can only take the dash action and revert to your normal form, and you have to use a reaction to use Flash of Genius.
Okay.
Good thought, but yeah, that's... You kind of stuck doing two things only.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't say that you can't take a reaction. It only just limits your actions.
No.
Okay.
Like, I wouldn't. If you try to make that argument for, well, I can take a bonus action because it doesn't specifically say I can't use a bonus action, I'd still say no.
Okay.
It's limiting your ability to use your action, so it follows that it would limit the rest as well. Leopold, there's a couple birds observing your ship now.
Which kind?
Tentacled one.
Sorry, you cut out. I didn't hear you.
Tentacled ones. They seem to... The extra one seems to have popped up when your friends left the ship in gaseous form. You imagine it looked kind of weird just seeing a cloud shoot up towards the sky.
I'll let... Rex is down on deck, I assume.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
and you do have telepathy up there.
Yeah, I'll let him know through... Well, I guess everyone. I can let everyone of the main crew, of the main group, know that there's more birds with tentacles up here now than there were just a second.
Yeah. Thought we were pretty sneaky, getting out, making our way up off the ship. Okay.
You're sneaky in the clouds. The thing is that going from a clear area where there's no clouds to having a cloud shoot up in a straight line, kind of hard to hide that.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Rex, you have my permission explicitly to tell those birds to fuck off if you want.
So Leopold, shoot them out of the sky.
I pretend you said that out loud and not your head.
Sure. Start a fight with us.
How close
Mile
are
in
they?
the air.
They're about 600 feet away, I think I said.
Oh,
Oh, well, then they're not even in range.
never mind.
I just
Check. I know I answered your question earlier.
Teddy's just sitting there like, I could get him.
You need to be resting, Teddy.
Yeah, 600 feet-ish. Okay, so you guys are in the clouds and you are moving up. You hear sounds in the distance. Do you go to take a look at them?
No.
No, we
I
just
think
want
we
to.
Please go look at things, you idiots.
No, we want to see what's above the clouds, not inside the
Oh,
clouds.
Okay, my bad.
No, I think we would maybe go a little bit slower. But yeah, speaking specifically for Harvey, he wants to go pretty much straight up to be at the top of the cloud cover.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do want to try, as we're going through the clouds, to see if I can't tell how many things are flying through the air and how many things we are hearing. And kind of try to get a sense of how many of, assuming that everything I'm hearing is a worm, how many worms are there is what I'm trying to pay attention to.
I'm going to say no because there's a lot of space to cover. You're assuming that all the worms are in the sky are in your near vicinity, and that would not be accurate.
Oh, okay, well that's fair. But within my vicinity, how many can I?
You want to know how often you chance upon one?
Or sure, yeah. Like how many worms do I see? And as fast as we're moving, I'm assuming that they're all going to be unique worms. That could be an incorrect assumption, but that's what I'm going to assume. Like, so like, do I hear one or two, or do I hear like a dozen within my vicinity?
As you are passing through, you think you can hear 2, maybe 3 near you.
Okay, yeah, that's all I was listening for.
Yeah. And you continue to travel upwards?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So you travel another mile or 2 up, and you see the clouds eventually beginning to thin. You spent a lot of your day talking to the weird tentacle bird, Jath, and then planning what you were going to do. So now you're heading into like late afternoon, early evening. The sun, even though it doesn't move in this case, the light's dimming slightly. It's turning more like a gentle orange color. And you are exiting the clouds, looking up at it. When you break through the cloud bank, you see on the periphery the walls of a giant cavern. And in the center, there's a large cluster of crystals that have been emanating light that now has changed from the bright white light of day to like the dimming orangish color of a setting sun. And then plastered around it on the ceiling of this cavern, there's a shining city gilded in gold.
Not like an effigy or like a painting, but it's like legitimately a city.
It is currently 5 miles away from you, but it's large enough for you to see. So you think that it's a real city? You'd have to get closer to confirm.
Is it upside down?
And it
Is
looks
it on
like
the ceiling but upside down?
Looks like it.
What do the edges look like? Is this like a dome where the edges start to come down, or is it more like a soup can where it's just like a cylinder that then just like like at a right angle hits the top?
Go ahead and roll another perception check, Kai. So it looks more like a natural forming cavern where there are parts of it where there is stalactites that are drooping down. The very center, it looks like they built their city around the natural structure and integrated with it. You can see on the peripheries of the city, they've made gardens where there are trees and plants hanging from the ceiling. You aren't sure what's keeping them there. And then there are roadways that they are lowered, and it's almost like a walkway in between areas instead of being flat against the ceiling like the city is. To the east, you see a large cave opening, and to the west, you see a large cave opening. The one to the left has this, like, I believe it's a yellowish kind of glow to it. That's different from the crystal that's in the very center of this cavern.
If you don't
keep in mind that when I'm talking about the ceiling, it's the same size as this entire area. So
yeah,
the center crystal, it's roughly like that large, and then there's a city built around it.
And that center crystal, that's like the artificial sun of this area.
Apparently, yes.
Seemingly.
Harvey, you wanna in character? Harvey, wow, that's quite a sight. Do you want to try to get closer to the edge of that city?
Well, yes, I would, but I don't want to do it with just the two of us. But shit, I don't know.
But we can make it if we try.
Because I'm wondering how long does Tristan's communication last?
8 hours,
Right.
I think.
I thought it was 1 hour. Tristan, how long does your thing last? We've only been gone for like 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure it lasts for an hour.
It's 1 hour.
Damn.
Let's go.
How long does Pass Without a Trace? How long does that last?
1 hour.
Fuck. And DM,
on.
how long has it actually been since we left the ship?
You were stealthing, so roughly
weren't
10 to
hauling
14
ass.
minutes.
Okay, so we still have.
You're traveling at 70 miles an hour, so roughly.
Okay.
Stealthy.
14.
Yeah. So
And you said from the clouds to the ceiling, we guesstimate maybe it's another like few miles.
About 5 miles.
Only problem is, guys, if we're gonna make a mad dash for it, I mean, it might only be a one-way kind of thing. We'll be completely out in the middle of nowhere, and we don't know if this city has ranged defenses or if there'd be a way to get back. I mean, hell, we don't even know if we could stay up there.
Yeah, but look at it. How do you not?
I'm looking at it. It's goddamn beautiful.
Yes.
To that point, Kai, with your perception check, you would notice there are a few worms that are flying up near the city, and as you focus on them, you see that they do have riders on their backs.
Oh shit! You see those worms? You see the riders? Shit.
I do now.
And as you look closer at the city, you see there are battlements that are in strategic positions that look like they are set to defend against an aerial assault.
Since now that Kai's pointed it out, can Harvey see the worms with the riders?
Roll a perception check.
Would I be getting Kai's help, or is this just normal roll?
Sure, you can have his help. He's pointing it out to you.
They get there.
Let me see if I can do a good Harvey impression.
Or, I mean, the reason
Kai,
I asked.
What do your elf eyes see?
I mean, what Harvey wants to see is, or wants to find out if there are riders, is there a certain orientation, the way that they're riding the worms, that would indicate that there might be a different, like, source of gravity? Like, from where we are, does it look like they're on the bottom side of the worms? Or would they be riding on the side of the worms, which would, be consistent with gravity coming from the ground, that we came from? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Almost like Kong versus Godzilla.
Yeah, I had the same thought, and another way to figure that out might be like, I was able to see roads. Are there roads like? Is this an upside down city on the ceiling, and are the roads like? Am I looking at the top of the road, or is this like a hanging city, and I'm looking at the bottom of the road?
All right. Let me give an example. So let's say you have a city.
If you're drawing on the map.
Oh, I see.
I don't see it yet. Oh, there it is. Found it.
Right.
Got it. Thank you.
So imagine the center is the city.
Mm-hmm.
The roads start out on the ground with them, and then they do like a corkscrew, and then they're suspended and hanging down the right way. So it would look like that. So, and if, assuming there are people there, which would make sense. Nope, need a free hand.
Does it look vaguely, I don't know, tentacle-ish? Well, like with the central hub and those things spreading out of it.
Kai hasn't noticed anyone yet.
I mean, I don't mean the creatures. I mean the architecture.
No. Does that help at all?
So if the person on top is walking, if this person is walking like to the right, if they stay on the road is pretty much going to put them in the orientation as the person in the box.
Looks like it. And it's got like struts that are supporting it from a ceiling.
Gravity's fucking weird here, Kai.
Yeah, wait, John, just out of character, if I'm understanding this correctly, you're saying that what we are seeing between the roads and the structures, gravity is fucking weird?
I feel like I'm giving you a headache right now. By your
You are.
expression.
So
Yeah.
up until the central hub, everything is fine. But
looking
inside,
at it, it looks like direct gravity is changing depending on where you are.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Okay.
You know, I saw a
Harvey, let's
painting.
just... Oh my god, let's
like
just
this
go.
once.
I start drifting off to the side.
Hey, where are you going?
I get a closer
Answering your question about the dragon riders, not dragon riders, worm riders.
Yeah.
It looks like they are in a normal orientation to you, not inverted.
Okay.
But you also know from experience watching people ride flying creatures that they're able to hold on to their mounts for a time inverted if they need to do like a loop-de-loop or something.
Okay.
I want to go get a closer look, of course. Let's go.
I know you want to get a closer look, you fucking child, but we're not going to. Let's get back down to the ship. Report back in. Let's actually think of the other crew members and our own safety for once, Kai.
Hey, other crew. We see an upside down city, but we can't see shit. Okay, because we're too far away. There, I've reported in.
Yeah, you guys need to come back down and don't go explore it by yourselves.
Jesus fucking Christ, why can't we just get a little bit closer?
Because not everybody is as fucking slimy, as wiggly as you are.
And with that, Harvey begins to go back down through the clouds. So
I'm going back, Kai. Do whatever the hell you want, but you're on your own if you don't come back with me now.
Does that mean I'm allowed to keep going?
No.
I'd prefer it if you didn't.
Fine. Kai turns around and starts heading back.
Okay. Harvey, roll percentile.
Uh-oh.
Nope, that's definitely wrong. That's definitely wrong. Sorry. 44. I forgot the 1D part.
Okay. So as you are traveling back down, you encounter this large, like, asteroid thing floating in these clouds. It's like a large piece of Earth, maybe about 600 feet in diameter, and you see on its surface there are these like weird plant-like creatures, not trees. They almost look like mushrooms, and they're running around, and they're trying to dive into holes that are in the, let's call it an asteroid surface. And you see a worm creature fly by and like bite one and carry it off into the clouds.
It's just a worm creature, no rider.
Correct.
And do these worm creatures look like the same thing that were used as mounts as from the city above?
Just from a casual glance, looks like it. You hear the weird thing that looks like a mushroom just scream.
I am Groot! Ah!
They're not singing about blood, Leopold, oddly enough.
Yeah, do they look like the same? Do they look like they have? You said they were running about and diving about. Do they have like legs and feet and like faces? And do they look similar at all to what we saw in the Feywild?
I roll a nature or history check. You have heard of these creatures before. Never encountered them, but you've heard of them. They are myconids.
Oh, myconids!
They are
Out loud.
humanoid-sized fungal entities.
On a floating giant asteroid that I'm sure we're just going to fly right past and not even interact with the myconids.
Sounds like a
What?
good idea.
Guys,
That's absolutely correct, Kai.
Yeah.
I don't
And
want
actually,
to.
Kai,
I don't want to
roll a
get
perception
snorted
check
by
as
a
well.
worm.
What was that, John?
Roll a perception check as well.
One perception check.
You realize if one of those worms comes close enough, he could snort you up.
Yeah.
You notice a particular myconid that was caught in a very, very bad position. It doesn't have a hole to dive into. You see it jump off of the surface of the asteroid. And it doesn't fall. It's like it's swimming through the air. And eventually a worm does come by and snatch it in short order.
Oh. Well, the worms would seem to indicate that these myconids are probably pretty tasty, but not the right kind of mushroom. Anyway, living mushrooms. Reporting in. We found some living mushrooms, and there they go. Bye.
Guys, stop moping. Jesus. We'll get back up there. Just stop being whiny. Let's go.
Kai heads back to the ship.
Yeah, I would assume that we would probably take the same route back to the ship as we did to get there. So going
Right down.
offset to the east.
Okay.
Going offset to the east and then heading back in. Staying approximately 200 feet from the ground until we get back to the ship.
Okay.
And can we just say for simplicity that we kind of were just relaying everything we were seeing to the party as we were going?
Yeah, that's kind of what you standard do. If you want to try to be like an old-time radio producer, you can make a performance check.
Oh, thanks.
Definitely not.
Oh,
Some people do.
We're open to discussion on kind of what we saw, but I think that could very well be our next destination.
Did you forget what Captain Travis said?
Sure did. What'd he say?
If we abandon the ship before we deal with the current threat, our ship is going to get destroyed.
I just said it was a possibility, actually, but you're not wrong.
Stupid ass birds still flying around.
Yep, and they actually perked up as soon as you two took off. Well, Leopold told me I didn't see any fucking birds, but Leopold did.
Do you think they perked up just because they saw something new, something they weren't expecting?
Yes. So
Who was it that brought up clearing these fuckers out to give ourselves a safe base, kind of
Me.
to retreat back to?
me,
I don't know why I thought it was Kai.
it was
Good
not.
idea.
Kai wants to like frolic with Mike and whatever mushrooms.
Mike, who? Who?
I don't know. He said something telepathically, something about
Myconid.
yeah, those.
Yeah.
Myconids. Oh yeah, that was a candy I used to eat growing up. Myconid. No, maybe that was Myconids. I don't remember.
Curiosity, do any of you know what a myconid is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
Like my favorite game in the world is a Sega game called Wonder Boy in Dreamland, and one of the first creatures you encounter are myconids.
Oh, nice.
Wonder Boy in Dreamland. That's
Or
I've
Wonder
heard of it.
Wonder Boy in Monster World. Sorry, Dreamland is a different game.
less Kai like. So rest for a couple days, kill dinosaurs, investigate a golden city.
Yeah.
I mean, can we assume that the Golden City has nothing to do with the collective?
Probably.
We can assume nothing.
John, when we were looking at the worms and the riders and the battlements and did I see anything with tentacle faces? And could I tell what race the riders were?
You didn't. Roll a history check, Kai. And are you proficient in history?
No. Not proficient in history.
Yeah, just roll history, and no one can help you.
Good roll.
You don't know a lot about Ilthid, but from what you do know, the architecture is not in keeping with how they usually present. The rider that you saw from a distance looked humanoid, which could be an Ilthid, but they are armored, so it's kind of hard to tell.
Okay. Did I see any worms with like creepy tentacle faces?
No, they're just giant ass worms that you haven't encountered before. Kind of weird.
Fair. Yep, fair. Okay, cool.
Harvey would like to try to figure, and he'll present this idea to the group, but the city that we saw up there looked pretty, or at least significantly way more advanced and probably technologically more inclined than the world down here. I think Harvey would kind of like to throw ideas around as to why down here it looks completely different and probably much more like natural or wild than up there. So, anybody have any ideas why those fantastic fuckers up there wouldn't come down here and make it just as fantastic? I'm wondering if there's some sort of hostility towards the Illithid down here.
I think, that is the most likely option I can think of right now. It's likely because of the Illithids or something else. Something worse, maybe. Hopefully just the Illithids, though.
I wonder if it'd be safe to assume that the Illithid is actually much more prominent around here than what we think. Or maybe there's multiple hives. Could be a natural enemy and they don't want to fuck with them, so they just stay far away.
The plus side is if we could get some help from this top side fantastical people, see if they have any experience with this Illithid force. Maybe they know more about it than we do, or have some more experience or some technology that could help us.
That's very true. But another question would be is how do we make contact with them without being attacked? Took us a while to get it. Well, didn't take us a while to get up there, but if we weren't flying at the speed of gas, might take us a while to get up there. Is it as simple as flying up there as eagles or as riders, bearing a white sheet of peace?
I mean, I imagine that as soon as we do that, or any other form of calling attention, they will poke their head down and see the ship. So are we trying to do this stealthily without calling attention to the ship? I mean...
The birds are going to see the ship, though.
The birds are going to see the ship? What do you mean?
So if any number of us leaves the ship, then Hive Brain thing is going to know the ship is vulnerable and going to come attack us.
True. I mean, I can just say hi.
Or I can put a foggy shroud around the ship.
The ship already has a foggy shroud.
Oh, is that something Kai did?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
We're gonna, like, if you want, I can form shapes and words in the clouds and
the birds
say hello.
Not stealthy, and you don't know what language they speak.
I That's true. If they don't speak common, though, then well, we can try the next option.
I mean, I can speak to anyone as long as they're leaving.
That's fantastic, Trick.
That seems useful.
Things you're done as a monk.
But yeah, if we want to just call it, if we just want to say hi and get their attention, I can do that with the clouds.
Are you going to use Skywrite?
I am going to use Skywrite. Yes.
Oh, God.
I was just thinking that too.
Yeah. I can use Skywrite and make the clouds say hello.
Not a bad idea.
Well, we could ask the Illithid about the city up there. Find out what they think, or they know. They'll probably want something in return.
Could.
My worry is, again, going back to what I said earlier, with how technically inclined that city was, why wouldn't they wipe out something down here?
Because they're not as dumb as us.
Could be maybe it's their pet. Who knows?
Or it could be their guard dog.
Or their guard dog. Maybe.
We should
If the
add a
giant swirling vortex thing was their guard dog, then we might. Well, we're not going to like that we killed it. Oops.
I'm really glad you cut me off. I almost got the word wish out in Harvey's voice.
Don't.
Dodge that bullet.
I love that. I love that there is a constant trap always in place. I don't even have to put bear traps in the game anymore.
Yeah. Evola would have been here the rest of the campaign.
Oh.
Anyway, should we say hi? From afar?
To the birds or the people up above?
People up above.
Oh,
You can try.
I don't think it would hurt to try. Guys, we got to let you have some fun every now and then anyway.
Is there any chance that the people in the city were not aware of the ship? Like they had patrols and stuff?
Sorry, Planton, I missed the first part of your statement. You asked to see if they weren't what?
Yeah, from the place where you were, the city was above the clouds, right?
Correct. They were on the opposite side of the clouds as where we are now.
Yeah. So was the cloud cover thick enough to obscure the ship from them? Like completely? Can we assume that they are not aware of the ship at all?
No, because they the worms and the riders keep diving through the clouds, and we can see them from the ground. We can see them popping up above us.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Do we see the riders or do we just see the worms coming down?
So far, you've only seen worms coming down.
Oh, so not every worm has a rider.
In the cloud bank? No.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
so what I see in my head, and I don't know, Harvey probably doesn't even know if this is true, but what I see in my head is the clouds are just infested with riderless worms, maybe feral worms. And then above the clouds, it's my guess that they've tamed or broken said worms and are now using them as mounts. But that's just my assumption. So, and then, John, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much the entire sky is covered in clouds, right?
Correct.
Oh, yeah.
Thick clouds with 2 C's.
Gotcha. I lost my train of thought. Oh, so even if you did Skywrite,
you would have to do it on the opposite side of the clouds.
Correct, and you can't see the opposite side of the clouds.
Right.
There could be an argument for how much clouds you can move with Skywrite, but for a second level spell, not an entire mile or two of cloud.
Also, we are on a different plane of existence. We can assume that they may not be able to know every language you write in.
You're not on a different plane of existence.
I was going to say, we literally just proved tonight that we're on the material plane.
Oh, okay.
That's the whole point of what Kelwyn did.
Yeah, she used her material plane, what's the word, rod thingy, to be able to use plane shift to come back.
Man, this is weird.
Yes, it's fun when you guys see how demented my brain gets at times.
Anybody have any ideas about the way gravity works, either on this side of the clouds or when we saw that weird asteroid thingy we were telling you about? Because Kai said that they were just kind of floating around. Which I think you said that out loud, right?
Yeah, I would have described it.
It's Kai and his mushrooms. I don't really put much.
Also, when he said it, he was pretty high.
But also above the clouds. There were creatures walking in different orientations, and they weren't falling either off the ceiling or to the ground.
Oh shit! You know what? Harvey and Kai roll wisdom saves.
Oh, shit. It's too late. There's a statute of limitations.
Harvey has advantage on wisdom saves against magic. With the
it's not magic. No.
Is it some fey shit?
No, they were just high as fuck and they forgot to bring a towel.
Oh.
For anyone who knows South Park.
I knew that reference.
Yeah, sorry. I had to.
Did not get that reference. But
you've never heard of Towley before?
No.
I'm so high right now.
Imagine a towel that was given sentience and its entire life's purpose is to, 1, get high as fuck, and 2, to remind people to bring a towel.
Always bring a towel.
Copy that.
I'm not even going to attempt a voice.
I'm sorry. Didn't mean to waste your time.
All right, so let's go ahead and put all the options on the table that we can do from here. Once Teddy and Cohen gain their strength.
Well, out of the 2 presented options, 1 didn't try to kill us.
Yeah.
True.
Yet.
But if we pursue that, the other option most likely will kill the rest of the crew.
Well, we just have to figure out a way to make the ship fly. That should be easy.
Well, unless you have an inordinate amount of broomstone up your ass, I don't think I can make it fly.
Okay, so options are we stay on the boat, we just try to stick to the center of the river, we fight the dinosaurs when they show up because we're assuming that they're going to show up, and then we try to exit this entire place. We don't know where that goes. That's option 1. Option 2, we venture west and we fight the dinosaurs, either trying to lay a trap or otherwise, but in some way, shape, or form, that's option 2. Take the fight to the dinosaurs. Option 3 is some amount of us go up through the clouds and call attention to ourselves and introduce ourselves to the city. Couple different ways we could do option 3, couple different ways we could do option 2, couple different ways we could do option 1, but I think those are like the big end goals of like, just try to get the fuck out of here, take the fight to the dinosaurs, or go say hi to the city.
Can you like draw the architecture or something for Plantin to have an idea what could that be? Like
the layout of the city, or
I don't know, anything significant. Like, was there a thing that looked like a symbol they could find, or anything actually? Like, can he search memory banks for this kind of city thingy? Because it looks pretty out there.
What about
Harvey or Kai? You can make a performance check to try to convey to Plenton what it looked like because he wasn't actually there.
Yeah, in a form of interpretive dance.
Guy,
I was gonna say drawing, but sure.
listen. Do you have anything?
Yeah.
Wait. Do you have anything important to do the rest of the night?
I mean, only if we pick option 2 and we're trying to lay a trap. Otherwise, I'm going to use mold earth to just try to reshape dirt into... Because I can cause shapes, colors, or both to appear on the dirt or stone. And so I'm going to just use mold earth to try to make a crude image of what the city looked like. What the top of the dome.
Harvey has a workshop, so we'll say he has some stone in there.
I was just going to say, take some mushrooms.
Check with advantage.
Take some mushrooms and explain it to everyone. I mean, you could be entertainment for the rest of the night.
Oh,
you would have to bring a towel.
That advantage is appreciated.
Okay. Yeah, decent enough. Plenton, go ahead and roll history.
Normal or with disadvantage?
Why would it be at disadvantage?
Because it's secondhand. That's
Kai.
No, just normal. He did a good job with relaying it to you.
Okay. I will also give it an extra d6 just to go beyond 25.
Get a 6. Get a 6.
God damn it!
You got it.
Damn.
30.
Nice.
Okay. So, thinking back and looking at the architecture present, you were born in the Age of Arcana, and you didn't live in one of the major cities, but you have heard of them and you saw them very briefly as they floated by in the sky. Those were always very outlandish, over the top, very... They were designed partially for function, but also as a status symbol to say, fuck y'all, we are better than you. Look what we can fucking do.
So they were just like magical cities that whole civilizations, or I don't know, wizards made?
Yeah. So like Aor or something like that. Looking at this rendition that Kai has created with the colors that he's added, the city is gilded in gold. Fine. That's a little bit ostentatious. It's not too bad compared to what you've seen in the past. But to hide it in a pocket of existence on the material plane here that is hidden away underground, then is hidden on a separate area of the area that's hidden, upside down, behind a fog bank. It looks like they aren't trying to be found. And then are not trying to be found. Looks like they're trying to remain as hidden as possible to a certain extent. And then your eye catches on like that center giant radiating crystal. And you lock on it for a second. And you look at that and you look at Harvey. You look at that, you look at Harvey. You look at that, you look at Harvey and his armor suit that has a shining crystal in the center of it. And you go, wait a minute. They're kind of similar.
Glad you're all right. You're looking at me kind of funny.
Where did you get the crystal?
I reconstructed this from the chunks of the crystal we got from the obelisk. Why do you ask?
The obelisk from the
obelisk that pointed us towards this place.
Gian, there's no name that comes to Plantain, is it?
Oh, you know who left the obelisk?
Do we?
Yeah, the Alari.
Oh. The Ilari hid their city here. They do not want to be found. If we go there, we may never leave.
Do you mean the Alari from like pre-calamity times? I could be wrong. I'm trying to remember out of character if that's what it was.
I assume so. I'm not up on the lore.
They
But,
are the people that Tristan has been telling you about from the book that he took off the dead body of the Satyr on Dark Show. He has relayed to you that they were kind of at war with Aor, more like Aor was aggressive towards them, and it drove their civilization, at least on the surface, to extinction, with a few stragglers surviving here and there.
Hey, if they're a super powerful ancient race of wizards and we take this Mind Flayer out, maybe they'll owe us a favor.
I don't think it works that way.
In Rex's
I assume, would we need to ask Tristan to catch us up on kind of all the stuff he's been deciphering, or would we be able to pretty much put it together at this point based upon what he's told us in the past?
I would imagine that between Tristan and Plenton talking, they could probably help you guys piece it together pretty easily. Tristan, go ahead and roll an insight check based on what Rex just said.
How much of the calamity is actually known nowadays?
They're myths. No one
so
knows
it's-
exactly what happened.
It's myth. Okay, no.
Unless you watched EXU Calamity.
Yep.
I did actually.
How'd you like
I'm
it?
getting through it.
Personally, I think it's a good successor to Critical Role. And although I have a problem with the length of it, they did 2 pieces. I think it's nice. Definitely better than anything past Critical Role Season 1.
See, everybody, you got to watch EXU Calamity.
You don't have to, but it's
I was just giving these guys shit over the Brewfest weekend. I'm like, you got to watch it. You got to watch it. It's great.
the thing is.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm 2.2 episodes in. I'm getting through it.
Yeah, the problem is the middle section, getting through. But the thing we need to keep in mind about those guys, they are actors, for God's sake. All of them. And the DM isn't, but goddamn, he's good.
Oh yeah, he's so good.
Yeah, he's really good.
Is he better than Matt?
Eh,
I think they're good at different things.
yeah. I would agree. Like I like them both for individual reasons. I forget what the woman's name is. She plays in EXU Calamity.
Bria Iyengar?
Briere.
Is that?
Yeah.
I was gonna say Brianna, but I knew that wasn't right.
Abria Iyengar.
Yeah. She's really good.
Yeah.
I haven't watched too many of games that she's hosted, but she did seem really good at what she did.
Well, do you like season 3 of Critical Role? She made it.
Yeah.
Matt didn't. She did.
I've watched a few episodes.
But the reason I bring
we're
up
getting a
EXU
little bit off topic.
I was just gonna say just a little bit of like backstory is that they cover pretty much pre-calamity, which is is canon in this world, but it's pretty much like when their world was so technologically advanced, with magic that it was even like it's what our world in real life like fantasizes would come to be in the future if we had magic.
Any sufficiently advanced civilization is indistinguishable from magic. Was it? Arthur C. Clarke?
To earlier ages.
Yeah. So if it's myth, then Plenton can fill in some blanks.
Yeah, you weren't like part of Aor, so you don't know
No,
the whole story, but you know bits and pieces.
Yeah, so if there was like if there's a myth about one ginormous floating city, he would say they were many, and they were competing with each other not only by being the best, not only militarily but with prestige and influence.
Yeah.
So we could say that the city that's above us is they pretty much wanted to get the fuck away, but still stay on the material plane and continue their existence. Would
Well,
that
Yeah,
be
but
safe?
it succeeded by being hidden.
Part of the reason why Tristan, I had him roll an insight, going back to what Rex said, that they could be indebted to you if you take care of the Illithid and they would be a powerful ally. You can't be sure how powerful they are because they were driven to near extinction on the surface by another civilization. So compared to the myth of Aor, which you know, they are nowhere near as strong as them. Because
Also,
they were they had their asses kicked.
yeah. Also, if they were at their prime, probably a little illithid infestation wouldn't be a problem for those guys.
Yeah. So at this point, you have no idea why they aren't dealing with this thing that's down here that you're trying to deal with. Maybe they just don't care. Maybe they can't.
Maybe it's a generational ship thing, like those are the descendants of those people and they have no idea how to operate their own technology.
Maybe they've made a deal with the Illithid. Maybe they're paying them a tithe of people to feed on. Who knows?
And the Illithid do a really good job of scouring the brain of anything that comes through here, and they don't leave any trace of knowledge about the city.
Hi votes for option 3. Go say hi to the city.
Rex strongly disagrees with that option. Either of the other options he's okay with. Abandoning the ship and the crew he is not okay with.
Kai
Like, but
amends
then
his
again,
vote
why
to
did-
just send one person to go talk to the city.
And if they don't like you and they shoot you, I guess if it's you, I'm okay with that. If it's anybody else, I'm not.
Question.
Yeah, but it's a
We're not doing it, Kai.
again.
This is
Why are
a
we
question.
here? For information. We're not getting any information from the Illithid.
Right.
Question for the DM when they're done.
We're going to go talk to the city. I'm okay with that. But the Illithid have to die first.
My question would be, sorry, 1 second. My question would be, Harvey's knowledge of artifice or artificers and kind of metagaming with what I know from EXU Calamity. Maybe you can fill in since it's obviously your game and your world. Harvey's really only met one other artificer. I mean, there are, I'm sure practitioners of like enchanting and maybe some basic artifice. But
there aren't a lot of you, but they do exist.
Yeah. So since we're talking about ancient civilization, would this kind of be like the next step towards like going and making contact with them? Would their world potentially be like the next step in discovering like the origin of like artifice?
It could be. There is a theory called, I think the name for it is convergent evolution, where even though you have two disparate ideas, they can eventually lead to the same conclusion, just because of the way the world works. So it could be an avenue for you to pursue to find how artificers came into existence, or it could just be one of many routes that you could pursue.
Okay. In character, Harvey is probably jonesing to get up now.
Naturally, Harvey, roll either history or insight.
Oof. I'll do Flash of Genius to get it up to a 13.
There's something about the Alari. You remember it there's something that someone told you. That Aberdeen told you.
Hmm.
And that's all I can give you on a 13.
Okay.
Kind of low.
All right. Well, everybody's opinion is absolutely valid in this discussion because everybody makes good points. But if I had to take a guess where Jason Ailhart might have gone if he came this way, it would be my guess that he went up there. Maybe he might not be there now, but I think he might have gone there. He made his way to the Feywild, to one of the greatest entities that any of us have ever seen with that green dragon. Probably made it to an ancient city as well. Especially if we know that it was his intention to unite clans of giants. I think that should be our at least, long-term goal of this place.
I 100% agree with you, Captain. It should be our long-term goal.
But we can't leave the crew or the ship here unguarded, so.
Agreed.
And we also have another good idea that somebody goes and makes contact with the world above. They could get destroyed on sight, or might be able to make contact and get some sort of explanation, or maybe even help defeating the Alari. No, not the Alari, the Illithid.
Captain, may I interject an idea?
Absolutely, Captain Jack.
In the event that one or two people do go up to speak with them, I'm thinking that we don't tell them that there is a ship or more people involved. If they are looking to stay hidden and they wish to destroy the visitors, if you will, maybe don't let them know there's others that they need to silence.
That's very true.
That sounds awful. That sounds like whoever goes up there is going to get silenced.
I'm saying it's a possibility. I've just noticed there are certain members of your crew who like to talk. So maybe discretion is the preferred trait that you are looking for from a messenger.
Absolutely. You said that you can pretty much communicate with any intelligent creature that's alive?
I can, but I also don't want to speak for you. If you wish me to go, I will. But I would ask that I am only interpreting for someone else. I don't wish to make decisions for your entire crew.
We'll keep you on the back burner, sir, just because we might need a translator.
I'm at your service.
Is it getting pretty late by now?
Yeah, it's late evening, getting dark. There's still birds observing your ship.
What if we take the rest of the night just to kind of relax and tie up loose ends and everybody can kind of sleep on some ideas? We'll see what the morning presents us with and maybe come up with a set of goals that we want to accomplish sooner or later. Is that okay with everyone?
Yeah. Sounds like
Yeah, we got a couple days to kill before we can do anything anyways. Got to get these crew members back to full strength.
Last time we made a plan and we were ready to execute it the next morning, Krem fucking showed up. Now we got these birds on the outskirts. I really don't want to make any plans for the morning other than wake up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
All right, so you guys are bedding down for the night?
How many days till we get those people up to full strength?
You need 4. You've had 1, so this will be 2.
And they pretty much all it is their D20 rolls suffer a -4, -3, -2, -1 for each long rest they have in it.
Yes.
Even if, tomorrow they got to jump into shit, they'll beat it like a -2.
Right. But those saving throws are already going to be hard enough to deal with.
Yeah. I don't have anywhere I need to be because I'm not working tonight. Do you guys want to keep going until 9, or do people need to skedaddle?
I can stay.
I think I can manage an hour more.
Yep. Okay.
Same. I'm good to stay.
Yep.
And all right. And Plenton, I know you have a much rougher time management than we do, so
I'll stay as long as I am capable. It's past 2 a.m. for me, so let's say half an hour, 20 minutes, and then you can take over.
I'll put at a hard stop time of 9.
It's fine. You can take the Plenton out on a leash or something. I have updated my character sheet in the meantime, so it should be fine.
Okay.
One question quick, because I don't know. I've never had an item that can cast. If you cast spells from an item, if they're a concentration spell, do you still have to maintain concentration?
Unless otherwise stated, I believe so, yes.
That's right. The only thing from the item that comes out is the actual casting of it. The later effects are dependent on these circumstances.
Yeah, there are some items that will say it handles concentration for you, or potions can be like that. I think Potion of Gaseous Form will handle concentration. You don't have to make checks for
it. It's very much dependent on the item description.
Yeah.
It's not very.
I think by default, unless it specifically says otherwise, the person who uses the item to cast the spell has to.
That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure.
All right, so you guys are bedding down for the night. Who's keeping watch?
Plenton is definitely.
Yeah, Mike.
As it starts to get darker and night starts to fall, are the birds still keeping the same distance, or are they coming any closer?
So far, they're keeping the same distance. You can wait and observe them to see what they do during the night.
Yeah, if they start to come closer, I'm going to be watching for that, I guess.
Yeah, Harvey would probably suggest that we have 2 people taking watch, since there's at least 8 of us.
I only need 4 hours of rest, if that. So Plenton is one of those people that can take the late shift. No problem.
Then I think Plenton and Leopold are the ones taking first watch.
Plenton can stay up all day. He doesn't have anything to kick off a long rest at all. Except for the knowledge of the past or something. But that's it. I didn't spend any spell slots or anything.
So then Plenton and Leopold, go ahead and roll perception checks.
Lucky 13.
Okay. Leopold, you see the birds as night closes in and it's very dark out. There's no stars up above. So the only illumination that's here is what you bring with you. The birds do edge closer, slowly. Like they aren't hummingbirds, so they're just flying in arcs around the ship. And when one gets tired, it looks like they switch out with another that's near the shore. Okay, they come closer. 500 feet, 400 feet, 300 feet. I'm just hovering there right now.
What's our long range with cannons?
I can tell you now.
The arcane cannon, I think, is 500 feet.
Depends on the shot, whatever you're shooting with. But Like I know. Let's see, our mangonel has a 200 to 8-foot range. 200/800. Ballista's 120/480. Oh yeah, arcane cannon.
Then again, it's dark, so we can't really see that far.
I think the arcane cannon.
Oh, the lightning shot can go 1,200 feet.
Do they go to the same spot to switch out every time, John?
No. Near the same area because they're going to the closest part of the shore, but not the same exact tree or anything.
I'm gonna keep that in the back of my mind where I watch them, where I lose sight of them at the tree line.
Okay. So Plinton, are you firing?
I don't think so. Well, they're not going closer; they're just keeping watch. And can we assume that that's because it's getting darker that they're closing in, or?
I would assume you have lights on your deck so you can see.
Yeah, we're better seeing that we see ourselves, probably.
Hard to say. They could be coming closer to see what your abilities are. Who's here?
Can we exchange one of our onboard weapons to fire grape shot or equivalent, like to hit multiple small targets rather than one big one?
Go ahead and roll an investigation check to ransack Harvey's workshop.
You could do that with a mangonel, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not that good.
We don't have
that.
that now. We only have ballistas and the arcane cannon.
I'm guessing I'm loading spoons and stuff inside the arcane cannon.
Yeah, Harvey kept his workshop locked tight, so you're going into the galley and finding some extra forks and spoons to load up.
Also, did we install the cannons we got from the island?
By now, I would like to think that we.
Normally, I ask you to say that you did, but sure.
We have a couple of days.
It's the cannon that we got from Port Zune, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Weren't there two cannons?
Weren't those trebuchet? Or not trebuchet, the arrow launcher things.
Ballistas?
Yeah, that's it.
I can't remember.
I think they were ballistic.
In a while.
I don't know. I'll see. I'll go back during a recording and see. We'll just say we load the arcane cannon with some shit.
Okay. 200 feet.
If they hit, I'm gonna knock an arrow. If they hit like the 150, like I don't have to use disadvantage anymore. I'm gonna ask Clinton if he thinks I should take a shot at one, since we're currently on watch.
Okay. They're not attacking yet.
You do know that the deck of the ship is covered in thick fog that you can see it through just fine. 100 feet.
Is it still just two of them, or have the numbers increased as well?
It's just two.
Clinton, what do you think? I can't tell if they're coming in. They're tightening their circles. I can't tell if they're just trying to spy or if there's other intentions here. Although I guess I could insight to see what I feel about that.
I mean, how many birds are there?
There's two. They're staying well away from each other in opposite directions.
Two birds is not an attack. That's there's scouting.
Right, but what? I mean, do we want
Okay,
them
let's
scouting?
grab a bow and try to down them or something.
They land on your railing.
We asked them to leave, correct? We told them we did not want them here.
I don't think you ever got to that point.
They just left of their own accord.
There was a certain feeling in the air that if you had any sense of insight, you could feel like the conversation needed to end.
Okay. So can I? Are they
Cut the tension
speaking
with a
now?
knife.
Not yet. They're kind of looking around.
I guess I'll just tell them to buzz off and see how they receive that. Excuse me, don't shit here. Go somewhere else.
The one that you talk to looks over in the direction that you are speaking from. Ah, yes. You were one that I didn't really have a chance to speak to. How are you this evening?
I'll say nervous and just sort of like wave my arrow in his general direction.
Oh, don't be that way. There's nothing to be nervous with that night. World comes alive. You have to live a little bit, you know?
So both the birds are within 150?
Yeah, one's on the, let's say, the aft castle, and the other's towards the prow of the ship. Which one are you talking to?
It doesn't matter. We'll say the one on the aft castle.
Okay.
So-
Where's Clinton? Where are you at?
I will go to the other one then, and I would just friendly just gesture to the bird and say leave.
Oh,
I'm casting
Okay.
command.
okay.
Ooh,
What's
it's
it say?
interesting against the creature.
That's safe.
It fails. How long does command last?
One round.
Okay, yeah, it flies
But
off.
yeah, but I would assume that's what I wanted. Then would I be able to see that Tristan is talking to the other bird?
You can see that Leopold is talking to you.
Oh, Leopold, sorry.
Yeah. So that one, the other one flies away. Does it turn around and come back?
Yeah, it does like a loop-de-loop and comes back down.
I'm gonna turn to the one that I've been talking to and say, I have a question.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to shoot the other bird.
Oh,
You didn't crit it.
shit.
You beat me to it.
That,
He doesn't
that
even
definitely-
look.
And then I'm gonna say, does that hurt you too?
No.
To the one that I did not shoot.
No. Yeah, I find it vexing, but no, it does not hurt.
What did he say? I find it what?
I find it vexing, but that is not
Vexing.
hurt.
Well, all in the pursuit of knowledge, right?
Indeed.
Okay.
You've seen much, have you not?
This talking is taking too long, and
Yeah.
this is not going to go down well if we wait. So, Blanton is waking a sailor or two and telling them to fetch a captain.
Yeah.
Or Rex, whoever's closer, I guess. And he is. Was there a specific direction the birds came from?
Give me 1 second.
Because Blanton would just like to check if there are any splashing noises coming from the water, because we are surrounded by fog when we can't see shit, and those birds are a great distraction.
We can see through the fog like it's not there.
Okay, so I need some more eyes on the on the deck just to check if they are not, a distraction for another wave of assault.
I'm going to shoot the other one. I wanted to know that. I wanted to know if they had shared pain.
I can just like see Leopold looking at one bird and be like, "Hey, tell me, does this hurt?" And he just like raises his bow to the side without even like turning and looking, and just fires, like doing some Legolas shit.
Yeah, actually, Leopold, you get DM inspiration. That was badass.
Yes.
He didn't even look. He shook behind his back. 360 no scope.
So, Clinton, what were you going to do because you were tired of talking?
I was going to fetch either Captain or Rex, whoever's the first, and get a sailor to fetch Captain or Rex, and then keep an eye, or ear, actually, to the sea if there are any splashing noises of something coming from beneath the water or closer to the ship, because those birds are great distraction when they stop talking. Actually started talking.
Okay. They find Captain. Captain.
Yes. What?
Master Clinton needs you.
Shit. All right.
Harvey gets up. Pretty much, he has like the majority components of like his armor, like the base stuff, but yeah, he's gonna be putting it on as he's walking out.
I was gonna ask if you show up naked or not.
No.
In a cockpiece.
No, in the middle of the night when Pletton's on watch and Pletton calls for me, no.
Okay.
Guardian armor, activate. Just glow. It begins to glow. With it being dark, Harvey's gonna cast the dancing lights cantrip and just send the lights out like to the four corners of the ship.
Okay. Can we hear or see something coming to the ship?
Roll a perception check.
Great.
Can I help with that?
Yeah, sure. You can assist him. Leopold, while they're doing that, what are you saying to the bird?
He didn't leave, right?
No. He answered your question. You've seen much, yes. You have traveled across the lands, the world.
Halfway through that sentence, I'm shooting him.
Okay. Yeah, another burst of feathers.
This is the weirdest way of hanging up on someone I've seen.
What's going on? What the hell is Leopold shooting at?
Anything on the water?
Not that you notice.
Okay. So I'm cluing Captain in. Birds came to speak, wouldn't leave.
Did they say anything? Give you any information? What the hell they wanted? What they're doing? Or are they just being peculiar little fuckers?
The latter. I suspected subterfuge.
Yep. Intelligence or counterintelligence, one of those two.
Can I hear them? Can I hear them talking from the crow's nest?
Oh, yeah.
Crow's nest?
You were on the app castle.
Yeah, that's not a crow's nest.
That's like up by the wheel. The sail.
Yeah, I meant like if I go up there, would I still be able to converse with them, or would I have to be shouting at that point, right?
You'd have to be shouting. You'd have to talk in a raised voice at least.
All right. I'm going to point out on the shoreline to Harvey, like the general vicinity of where they were, replacing the watch. I'm going to explain that they've been replacing birds on watch, and I'm going to tell him like where they've been, the general area of where they've been coming. See if he can send some lights out there.
I don't think I can make it that far. I only got about 120 feet.
Just in that direction to see if anything is like coming this way.
Yeah, Harvey will he'll move his lights and just kind of have like almost like a step ladder and kind of pattern. They'll just go in a straight line.
Also,
spread out.
There's a shitload of cutlery packed in, what was it, a ballista or a mangonel?
Yep.
I wouldn't pack it into a cane cannon. That would be weird. But a mangonel, probably.
Okay. Isn't there a max length for your lights to get away from you, Harvey?
It just says, so I have 120 feet of range, and let's see, a light must be within 20 feet of another light created by this spell. So it'd be 20, 40, 60. Oh, they can only go out 80 feet. Wait, no. They just have to be 20 feet from each other.
Let me take a look.
I'll link it.
Dancing lights?
Yeah. Okay, so I can cast them within 120 feet. They just have to be no more than 20 feet from each other. So I assume if one light is at 120, it'd be 120, 140, 160, and 180. I don't know.
No, as a bonus action, on your turn, you can move the lights up to 60 feet to a new spot within range, and the range is 120 feet. So the max distance away that you can put them is 120 feet, even if you leapfrog them.
Oh, okay. All right. Then yeah, 120 feet would just be the max. I'd still move them out that direction just to see if we can see anything. But if our perception checks don't lead to anything, Harvey might use the lights just to sweep the water around the ship.
Can you dip them in the water? Like to see if there are any dark shapes beneath the waves or something?
I can make them into glowing orbs. It only says that they hover in the air. I don't know.
Well, we can always sweep the surface or something.
How loud are you guys being?
I assume just if as long as Leopold's not up on the crow's nest yelling, it would probably just be casual talk.
Yeah, I don't. That was why I asked that. I didn't want to go anywhere where I'd have to speak loudly to converse. So,
gotcha.
Definitely, anyone on the deck of the ship can. Yeah, anyone on the deck of the ship would hear us probably, but we wouldn't be loud enough to wake the whole ship.
Well, Kai's up on the crow's nest is the thing. Yeah. With a wisdom save like that, I'd say DC would probably be like 12 for them to wake you up.
So I'm still asleep.
Yeah.
Okay.
That they were not being particularly loud.
Sure.
So if Harvey sweeps the lights over the water, or even if he can dip them in maybe up to 5 feet, just to look for, any shadows or anything lurking in the water outside the boat as best as he can.
Roll an investigation check.
28.
You see fish swimming through the water attracted to the light. Occasionally you feel like you can see the shadow of something larger down below, but nothing that looks like the T-Rex size. And as you're looking, you hear a sound to your right as another bird lands on the railing. What are you looking for?
Oh, good evening, beautiful. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. Your compatriots are not the friendly type.
Oh. I have to admit, you are coming aboard the ship uninvited.
And I did ask you to leave. And said I was nervous, for that matter.
That's fine.
So what are you doing here? And don't try to deceive me. 395 years old, I've encountered my fair share of bullshit. I speak plainly.
I am hurt. You expect me to try and deceive someone as smart and handsome as you? I would never. No.
Well, I do appreciate you being nice and saying all of those things about me, and, in a time long ago, I would be surprised. I'd be flattered, but I already know those things about myself, so what you're telling me is nothing new. But
I can see that. But you
guess
should
you're-
also know that from your experience that you keep constant watch over your surroundings. So do I. I think it's
you see us as a,
behind mists. I wonder what you're doing behind the mist. Yes.
do you see us as a threat?
A potential threat. And also a potential source of knowledge.
I
What do you
see.
see me as?
He means dinner.
Harvey
Those
just kind of
can be
chuckles.
the same thing. Some feed on knowledge, others feed on flesh. You are the ones who feed on flesh. Yeah.
Can you tell us where we are?
To me, it's called home. To others who have ventured here, I've heard them refer to it as the Lost Lands. I've heard them refer to it as a stinkhorn. Others have referred to it as the lands below. Occasionally, in the past, I've found others who have referred to it as, what was the word? Citta di Rehmal'Retalli.
Does he
That was
like
in a completely different voice than the one he's been speaking in.
okay. Out of character, we can assume it's somebody who he sapped and is just doing the thing he did with Monstracholi.
Probably.
Yeah. Understood. I don't like this place. I'll be frank with you. Don't understand it.
What is not to understand? And
Why-
are you this ship's captain? Is that the word for it? Can I call you captain?
Sure, you can call me Captain.
I believe you're
Captain
compatriot.
Harvey Crankshaft.
A pleasure, Captain Harvey Crankshaft.
And you're Jaff?
And you have given your full title. I shall give you mine. My name is Joffre.
Il Joffre.
Yes.
One moment while I write that down in my notepad. Now, let's just say, my friend here with the long ears were to destroy you, and another creature similar as yourself were to show up, would they have the same name as you?
Yeah.
I see.
But that is not my only name. No, we have many names. That is just my preferred.
And that's why you call yourselves the Collective.
Yes. You could say that I could also call myself Master Choli. I could call myself Gelwin. That's not to say that's my preferred name. That's no, that is not the mind that is the strongest in this collective. Irjastre is the strongest.
I
I don't-
assume. Oh, go ahead.
I don't care for the fact that he said Monstracholi.
Yeah, I fucking hate him already. So is it safe to say that since you can also call yourself Kelvin and Master Choli, you know what we're doing here?
I know pieces. You have to understand, you have these things called books, yeah?
I'm not aware of a particular shipment, but there could be books aboard.
Imagine taking a book and tearing out all the pages, tossing them into the air, and being able to grab a couple before they all venture into a fire. That is the collect. I have pieces
Pieces.
of what they were. And you can bring them back, and I can reintroduce them to myself, yes. That I find very interesting.
So, I assume this is everyone can hear this. Who's up on deck right now?
Yeah.
Like I
God
can cut
forbid
in.
everybody's having nightmares below deck of the conversation.
No, I'm limiting it to who he is aware is in the area, or else I would be having everyone roll wisdom saves and not have nightmares.
So, in the case of Master Choli and Kelwin,
Yeah.
I'm going to ask if he has access to the new pages from yesterday.
The new pages from yesterday. What are you speaking of?
Well, you said you got their pages in the collective, but once we brought them back, does that start a new book, or do you still have access to the pages of that book?
That'd be the equivalent of what's the word? A reprint. A new edition, if you will. I have not collected it yet.
Okay.
So I have answered your questions. Are you going to answer mine? Your friend said you were trying to travel from here. Where are you trying to get to? Are there interesting things there?
Well, this is the truth. We don't quite know where we're going. We only have a goal. And until we can find the next piece of the puzzle, we're just going to spend our time looking for said piece. We're looking for the creature they mentioned earlier, or yesterday, whatever time it is. We're looking for a human creature named Jason Ailhart. So, we go wherever the clues lead us to. Sometimes we take a detour if we see something shiny or peculiar. Sometimes we slow down if there's creatures that we don't know much about that ask a lot of questions. Sometimes we speed up if we get some information or find that puzzle piece. So that's the best answer I think I could give you.
I see. That is a fair answer, Captain.
You have any more questions?
You never told me. I will trade you a valuable piece of information for another valuable piece of information. Is that a deal, Captain?
I won't make that deal, but I'll entertain you asking a question regarding it, and I will make a decision whether or not I will answer that. I feel like that would be fair.
I will tell you what I know of where I think the exit for this place that I call my home is. Exit. And the dangers involved. If you tell me who it was who was able to bring back your friends.
You said you'll tell me where you reside, your home?
No.
The exit to his home.
Not to my home, this land that I called home. You said you were looking to leave, yeah? I will tell you to the best of my knowledge where I believe it to be. If you tell me honestly who it was who brought your friends back.
I don't think we're quite ready to leave. Not until we found the next puzzle piece. So I don't think I'm interested in finding the exit to this place at the moment. I need to find clues as to where Jason Ailhart either is or where he went to from this.
What things interested your friend, Jason Ailhart?
Oh, seems like he had an affinity for giants. So if I had to take a guess, he was seeking either the locations of giants or location of information that might send him to the location of giants.
I can tell you the location of a giant if you wish.
A giant?
A giant, yeah.
Will you describe describe this giant?
A giant over 100 feet tall. Many arms, yeah. Very dangerous.
Uh-oh.
Is this a living creature?
It moves. If you want to consider that living. I have told your group before, I do not have a mother, I do not have a father.
Hmm.
Well,
If you do not wish to trade information, you do not have to.
let me think on that.
What will you do with the information if we give it to you?
Try to find them so I can add them to the collective, obviously.
Hmm.
God, do we be a dick to your brother and just feed him? Be like, hey, sorry, man, you got to bring back those fellows.
I mean, we don't have to let them.
Right.
I mean, stepping back as the NPC and talking as the DM, I mean, you know that he's aiming to add most, if not all, of your crew to his collective. So,
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
it's the difference between having everyone target at the same time versus one person in particular being very targeted.
Yeah, the one and only person that can resurrect it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Probably aiming to take out the resurrection person first and then get the rest of us.
Yeah, you always take out the healer.
I mean, in effect, yes, but also not what his aim was, according to him.
Fair.
Let's circle back around to that question. What's up?
So if we speak out loud, the birds cannot hear us?
They do hear you. They've been responding to you speaking out loud.
I thought that
Yeah.
I didn't know if that was in our minds or not.
It responds to you in your mind, but you
Okay.
have been speaking out loud. I assumed you were continuing to and not speaking to it in your mind.
I'm gonna how it's a little ways away from us.
It's on the railing where Harvey is.
And by you saying that, can Harvey also check to just kind of listen out and look over the edge just to make sure that there might, there still doesn't seem to be anything in the water or coming towards the ship?
Yes.
20.
Nothing new. Still fish swimming below the water surface.
I'm gonna lean in and attempt to whisper to Harvey that he can tell him that. How do I want to phrase this? I'm just gonna lean in and whisper. You can tell him that it was me who brought them back from the dead, and then that thing can make a perception check if it wants to.
The thing is, so outside of character, Harvey isn't going to. Harvey wouldn't tell him that it was you because Harvey had made the lie before, even though they rolled a higher insight. But Harvey made the lie that that person wasn't on the ship right now. So Harvey would probably still stick with that. Well, my good bird, El Joffrey. I think I'm not prepared to answer your question tonight about who brought us back. It doesn't say I won't in the future, but I think our time having this discussion tonight has come to an end.
Very well, Captain. I offer you one word of advice free of charge. Beware the swamp to the southwest. It's a very dangerous, very dark place. Have a good night. He flutters off into the sky as long as Leopold doesn't shoot him.
Oh no, I'm going to say goodbye and then shoot him.
Now, Harvey will put his arm down, or his arm up, telling you not to. God damn it. Those things aren't going to stop. They're not going to stop until they get what they want, which is pretty much all of us, or until they're destroyed. We need to find a way to get the fuck out of here or get rid of them. Right now, I think we're pretty good at killing shit. And I don't think we're going to be leaving anytime soon. You boys continue your watch. Go ahead and wake me up. And relay the message to the crew, or through the crew, when Rex gets up to wake me so that we can have a discussion. Till then, I'm going back to sleep until my watch.
So, don't shoot any more of the birds then?
Don't talk to the birds. Just, as long as they're not fucking with us or coming too close to you, if they make you feel uncomfortable, sure, pick them off. But don't talk to them.
Okay.
Harvey Hammer, deactivate. For that, Harvey just as he's walking away, just puts his arm over his shoulder and waves to you guys. Good night. Oh, tell anyone else that you wake up for watch. Don't talk to the birds.
Got it.
Damn pesky little bastards.
Who's taking the second watch?
Actually, is their watch pretty much over?
Yeah, at this point.
Harvey will just stay up then.
Okay.
He planned to take a watch, so anybody
Who's
else?
watching with you?
Are we splitting this in 2 or 3?
Probably three.
Well, guys, I was going to write it in the Discord, but my eyes are closing. So before I hit the keyboard with my forehead, I think I need to get some sleep. So I'm guessing Plantin is going to step down and someone else will take his spot, but he doesn't really need to go to sleep. So if you need him, he's available.
Sure.
Hey,
We'll
thanks
send
for
you-
sticking out this long.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll send Plendon down to keep watch below decks.
Oh yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
And
thanks,
Clinton, if you ever want the ring of, what was it again? The one that puts you to sleep.
No, that's
That's
good.
always on the table.
Ring of narcolepsy.
Yeah. No, it
was fun.
it was fun for the first campaign, but I don't think it's going to be needed next time because Quentin is weird enough, so for him to be just out of it for days if need be.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so good night, guys.
Thanks for
Take care.
joining.
Stick around. Have a good night.
Good night.
Take care.
Yeah, so I don't know who wants to plan to take a watch with Harvey. Speak now, or else he's going to wake someone up.
Yeah, Kai would have volunteered to take whatever the last watch is. Whether we're doing it, splitting it into 2 or splitting it into 3, he'll take the last watch.
I assume Rex wouldn't take the same watch as Harvey, so he'd probably take the last one as well.
Tonight's watch with Harvey, with the captain, is Cowan.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll perception checks.
This is Harvey's third actual flash of genius, so that will be a 18.
Looking around. Yeah, there's still some birds in the distance. Usually 1 or 2 in the periphery of the ship that are keeping their distance.
Oh, good evening, Cowan.
How close are the birds?
About 600 feet.
Birds approached the boys earlier.
Oh, yeah?
Decided they want to have a chat. They'll be in pesky little fuckers. Wanted to try to
figure out who it was that brought you and Master Choli back to life, and trying to be word deceitful. But we pretty much got it boiled down that they want to kill us. Probably slowly, pick us off one by one. So, yeah, there's that.
Super.
They also said we have to stay away from the south to the swamp to the southwest. Otherwise, yeah, they said there's something terrible down there. Said it was free advice.
Oh,
Just so happens that if we follow the current, we're going to be sailing right by it. So, yay! How have you been doing since your resurrection? You feeling okay?
yeah. Still tired, but ready to get revenge on something soon.
That's good to hear. 'Cause I know Rex is itching. He's got itching in his pants. Oh, that came out wrong. He's got an itch. He's trying to scratch, and I know he wants to kill someone or something.
Yeah.
It sounds like we might have to take the fight to them. So once you're in tip-top shape, make sure you keep your wits about you and get your ducks in a row and put your lemons in order. And we'll kick the shit out of something, even if it's Kai.
Oh, good.
Oh, yes. I still feel terrible that you died. I'm so sorry. But you flew down. It was really cool. You get style points.
Oh, thanks.
Well, I'll let you go ahead and take watch wherever you want. But as I've told the rest of, a few of the other people, yeah, we're not going to talk to the birds. So if they show up, as long as they're not really fucking with you or getting too close, just kind of let them do their thing, but don't let them go snooping around. You just blast them.
I can do that.
Alrighty. Oh, you take this side, I'll go to the other side, and we can finish watching.
Sounds good.
Are you guys doing anything else on your watches?
Harvey would probably be sweeping lights around the ship just to kind of keep an eye on the water. He wouldn't do it too much because he doesn't want to draw more attention than what he need to, but probably every 10 minutes or so, he'll just sweep them around and then bring them back to the four corners of the ship.
Okay. Kelwin, are you doing anything else on yours?
Nope, just hanging out.
Okay. Yeah, rest of your watches go uneventful. You don't interfere with the birds in the distance, and they don't bother you. Who comes awake for the third watch?
Rex and Kai.
That doesn't bad idea.
This is going to be awesome.
Listen, you two, behave. And Harvey fills in Rex about everything. But he also tells Rex, I think we are going to have to wipe these fuckers out sooner or later, Rex.
I may not be the most intelligent person you've ever met, but I
Nope,
said
you're sure not.
that
That's okay.
a day and a half ago, but it's okay. I'm glad you finally got onto my level.
Well, wiping people off the map isn't always the first thing you should do, even though sometimes it is satisfying, but...
Did you already get what they did to two of our crew members?
Well, technically it was the dinosaurs that did it. These birds are just kind of little pussies. I get what you're saying.
Dinosaurs.
I mean, before, when it was just the dinosaurs, it was just kind of like shoot first and ask questions later. These birds show up and they They ask questions first and then shit later.
There's a lot of feathers on the deck. What happened?
I guess Leopold just made a crack shot. I don't know. Plenty said it looked awesome. Fucking just destroying birds, popping their heads off left and right, and then they woke me up. I had a little discussion with the birds.
The dead bird that Leopold shot?
Oh no, more birds came back.
Oh.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
You need some NyQuil?
This place is weird. Not as weird as the Feywild.
That's what I said. I don't know which place I hated more. But, yes, anyways, I've told the rest of the crew, the birds are probably going to show up and want to talk. I told everyone else, don't bother talking to them, just as long as they're not fucking with you or snooping around, just let them fly around, but you want to pop that... What?
What? What if I want to talk to the birds? They're probably more interesting than talking to Kai.
Yes, that's true. They're probably going to ask you who brought Kelwin and Master Sully back to life. Don't give them that answer. They're probably going to offer you tons of advice or hints or tips or whatever. I just told them I wasn't going to answer anything right now because everyone was still asleep.
Okay.
So we're going to get any information out of them. If you don't get it out of them directly, we might as well have a full group conversation in the future.
Okay, Captain. Go get some...
All right, I'm tired. Good night.
I
All right. So Kai and Rex, it's your watch. Go ahead and roll perception checks.
Well,
Jesus Christ.
ow.
nice.
All right. Even though you didn't beat him, Rex, you do see that one bird stays 600 feet away. There's another one that comes swooping back and forth closer and lands eventually on the rail of the ship and looks over at Rex. Hello. I don't think we really got a chance to speak earlier.
I'm not supposed to talk to you.
You don't wish to speak to me?
Oh, I don't know. You're probably more...
Does a 15 hit?
Oh, yeah, it's just a bird. Yeah, it's just burst into feathers.
Sorry, Rex.
Doesn't say
Okay.
anything, just smokes the bird.
Kai, that's so unlike you to kill an animal. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. I thought you would appreciate that. You want to come hang out in the crow's nest for the next couple hours?
Not on your life.
Fair enough. I come down out of the crow's nest.
Oh.
The groan. That's perfect. No.
Hey, so I picked up like a little handful of dirt earlier, and I figure in while we're taking a watch, if you want. I caught earlier that, you might not have had a lot of schooling, so thought maybe you would be interested in, learning maybe how to spell, at least, or recognize everyone's name here on the boat.
That's all right, Kai. I'm good. I'll be honest. If I want to learn something, I'm going to Tristan.
Well, yeah, that's probably fair.
Yeah, he's the one who taught me all about religion.
Is that a good thing?
He told me that I could worship the war pick and that was okay. So I've, grown a lot since that conversation.
So when you say worship the war pick,
Yeah.
like, I'm all for... What exactly is the war pick?
What do you mean, what is it? It's Ash.
You're worshipping it. So yeah, but like, isn't Ash... Wait, out of character. Ash is a...
Devil.
Thank you. Thank you. In character. I know that, right? You've told me that?
I mean, you've heard it through the party. You've never touched the war pick, so you've never spoken with Ash.
Glenn and Harvey given very ominous warnings about the war pick.
Yeah, isn't Ash kind of like a devil?
I mean, he was.
So, like, hey, listen, worship who you want, but, like...
Exactly, that's what Tristan said. You guys actually agree.
Yeah, but, you know, by and large, my passive understanding of devils are that they're not usually, you know, very good people.
No, but they are very good at following rules.
A lot more life than following rules did.
Respectfully disagree with you. If you follow the rules, well, let's be honest. If you follow the rules that should be followed,
Yeah,
you'll
like,
get.
I think. Yeah, but then like, who decides what rules should be followed? There's a lot of conflicting rules out there.
On this boat, Harvey decides what rules should be followed, and in Harvey's absence, I decide what rules should be followed.
Don't you dare
And
put that
outside-
on me.
What?
And
Don't
outside
you
the
dare put that on me.
You're the captain. Sorry for your luck. What were you saying, Kai? Sorry.
No, all good. And outside the boat?
You mean
Just saying,
like
there's a lot of rules.
in battle? Like when we're killing stuff?
Or like if we go to a city and they've got some local rules or laws that like are just plain old dumb.
Well, we have two choices then. We either respect them or we challenge them and rewrite their rules. That's the whole point of going after Krem, is to challenge him.
But then like, then you're not following the rules. Then you're just doing what you want, which is the exact opposite of following rules.
No, it's not.
Okay. Anyway, you want to take the left side of the ship? I'll take the right.
Sure, if that makes you happy.
You can take the right side.
I don't care.
Okay.
Which I'll probably take the back side actually, because I think that's where Anchor is located. So I'll probably go back there and telepathically just talk with him for a little bit while keeping watch.
Fair enough.
So-
I will...
Yep, go ahead.
No. After you.
I was just going to say, Rex, as you're walking away, you hear Ash speaking to your mind. You can call me Daddy as far as I fucking care.
You know, after Kelwin's little trick, I say this in my head to Ash. After Kelwin's little trick today, I'm not sure how actual useful Kai is to this group. Before, he was the only way we could get over long distances quick. His usefulness might be waning.
Well, then I guess you have to ask yourself something. Do you want a spare? Or do you just want to roll with one?
I respect your pragmatism.
Maybe you bargain with the birdie boy and tell him that Kyle's the one who can bring people back. It's not technically a lie.
Why I was going to tell him that it was me, because I can too. And
Are you trying to say that you're not important to the group?
oh no, I am. But remember, leadership, they're my responsibility.
Right. And Kai keeps almost getting people killed.
That's true. I'm pretty sure he freaking summoned the birds with like flowers and seeds and apples or something. I don't know.
I wouldn't put it by him, but honestly, don't know that much about birds, and I really don't care to.
That's the smartest thing you've ever said.
All I can say before I let you do your fucking job. Loose ends. Loose ends. Then he goes silent.
Kai, with his passive perception, probably saw Rex get a very big shit-eating grin on his face at that point.
Copy that. Yeah, Kai's going to just wander up to the front while Rex is talking to his sentient. Kai's going to pull out his own sentient weapon. Be like, I can talk to my own sentient weapon in my own head. And then be like, yo, what's up, Regalio?
Hey, what's up, Elf on the Shelf?
Yo, any chance you know jack shit about either the Alari or the Aor?
I mean, one, I know that I like the Alara. Two, I know I don't like the Aor. Why?
Were you... So when we turned into the gaseous form and we flew up through the clouds, could you see what was going on?
Oh yeah, I could see as well as you could. Of course I could. What?
Oh. Dude, I don't know how this magic shit works. You're a talking goddamn dragon.
I've attacked you. How? Of course I can see.
Well, okay, but like when I turned into a gas, you also turned into a gas. So like, who knows
And
how that
could you see when you were a gas?
Yeah, but I have
Yeah, so I can see when I'm turning into a gas. Of course I can.
Okay. Well, knowing what you know about the Alari, did that shit look like the Alari?
I don't know. I never met them. I only heard about them.
Well, that's why I was asking if you happen to know jack shit about the Alari.
Yeah, I know I like them. That's what I said.
Do you know anything other than that you like them?
I know they weren't as powerful as AO, which is why they got smoked. But apparently they did a better job because they're still here.
Oh, fair enough. Cool.
I mean, I heard that they did their scrying thing that your captain does, but much more than that. I mean, they must be pretty good at magic if they built an entire fucking city on the roof of a cavern.
Good point.
Kind of looks cozy. Kind of like it.
It did look like a pretty dope ass city.
Yeah. Anyways, we gonna smite these illithids?
I mean, I assume so. You know anything about illithids?
Yeah, I know a little bit about illithids. Crazy ass
Anything about fighting
motherfuckers.
off? Yeah, they seem like... Yeah, hard to fight.
Yeah, bad times. No. They're always going around. Some of them have like ships that can go in between worlds and shit.
Good.
You gotta watch out for them. Depending on how strong the creature is, they might take it over. You know, they like infest you and they go into your head and then they boom, you're an illithid. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it seems to be what happened to all the dinosaurs around here.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you don't get infested, even by like surprise. They don't want to hop in the water for a quick dip and find out the tadpole swam up your urethra or nothing.
Do you think that might be happening to either Master Chili or Kelvin?
I mean, you just revived them, so I don't see how that turned them in. They didn't go in the water. What are you talking about? They didn't go in the water, did they?
No, but they did get eaten by a goddamn elephant.
All right, but you revived them, so...
No, maybe they laid some eggs in them while they were chewing them up.
I can tell you that I'm used to seeing or hearing about people becoming illithids if they get tadpoles stuck up in their brains, all right? I haven't heard about this no eating people thing to get their mind. That's some weird ass shit.
Copy that. Well,
you better watch it. You pray to the gods above if they ever turn a fucking dragon. That's bad. That's some bad times right there.
Oh yeah, can you tell me about dragons? See here, look, I've been working on, and I'll just spend the rest of like the watch just like talking to Regalio about the various dragon forms and shapes that I've been working on, and the various spells that I've got around dragon. What's it called? Draconic transformation. See, look, no, I'm pretty sure I can do this, and I'll explain to him. Yeah, I'll just tell him about dragons. Ask him. Tell me about dragons.
He rates it on a scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah, cool. I'm just hanging out, telling him about dragons, asking him questions about dragons.
Anything else in specific?
No, just RPing my way to level 9 shape change.
Okay, gotcha. All right, I think that is a good place to put a pin in things with the crystal up above beginning to dawn.
Would everybody successfully get their long rest in?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to find out. Click the button.
Yep. Anyone questions, comments, concerns?
The only thing I was going to propose out of character, what the fuck does everyone want to do?
Seriously, can we get like an up and down vote on option 1, 2, or 3? Book it, go fight, or go up to the city?
I would say my number one choice would be to go ahead and search out the hive, the actual home of the Illithid, whether we sneak there or I don't really want to fight my way through everything because by the time we get there, we'll be whipped. But to go there, try to wipe them out. But a close second is at least Harvey go up to the city to gain some sort of, hopefully, make contact and get some sort of insight or assistance in fighting the Illithid. But yeah, we definitely need to take them out.
So I wasn't here. I missed the last session and then 3 sessions ago. But on the map, can somebody ping for me where the dinosaurs were?
Northwest.
They're like
Dinos were like anywhere around here.
Okay, and then John, where were the birds were they making shoreline in the same direction?
They were around here near the shoreline. So like as your
Still
ship
to the
is
west
moving,
though?
Yeah, as your ship is moving, they are going to the closest land that you can see. So as you're moving, they're going down the coastline with you, but it's always on the western coast.
Okay. So I guess when we have our little powwow in the morning, I out of character didn't know where the dinosaurs were because I wasn't here that week, but I would make it a point to point out that the birds that were coming and going from watch were always going in the same direction. And assuming that the collective wasn't lying, they don't have access to Kelwyn and Massacholi's new memories, and that they don't. There isn't a shared pain between the creatures of the collective. There's just a couple things that I made it a point to try and figure out, so I would make sure to share that with everybody else.
Okay.
I'm of the mind that we should take care of the collective first, personally, with in line with Harvey's number 1.
Okay. So your vote is to attack the mindful. So your vote is to go after. I'm looking at John's chat in Discord, right? You vote for number 2 first.
Yeah,
I think most of us
want
want to do 2 and 3. I think we're probably just debating whether we do 2 first or 3 first. But you're voting 2 first.
I don't think we should. I don't like the idea of involving the city above before we know whether or not they would be for or against us. And also, I don't like the idea of. I think sending one person up could get them caught, and sending everybody up leaves the ship totally, well, not totally undefended, but leaves only the crew behind. I feel like that's a terrible idea as well. So I'm sort of the mind of that we need to sort of sweep the northwestern part of the island to find the hive, or even if we keep the ship just offshore and we start to sweep the island, we have to retreat back to the ship to rest up and go back out, that kind of thing, even if it would require that. But I think we ought to go. I think we need to deal with the Illithid problem first, personally. That'd be my vote.
Okay. So it's 1 vote for number 2 first. Harvey, what was your vote for which one to do first?
My vote was primarily number 2.
Okay.
The only reason I would go with number 3 is if pretty much it was just Harvey going up by himself. And I don't think anybody in the crew would probably fly for that. Rex would bitch a bit.
So I'm going to interject
For two.
to recommend you guys can upvote whichever option to keep a track of who wants to do what. If you want to. Or you can just talk it out.
Kelwin and Rex?
I mean,
You voted number 2 first. Okay. And
Yeah.
Kelwin also votes number 2 first?
Rex wanted to kill dinosaurs like 4 hours ago, so.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds like decision made. We will go attack them first.
And we know that there's some sort of cave system in the mountains to the west of the ship from your
Yes.
reconnaissance.
Yeah.
So if we had to take a guess, that would probably be at least Harvey's number one recommendation on where to start. I mean, as we get closer, Kai can
anything
probably
that-
commune with nature. But
If we shared all the information that everybody heard at one point or another, you talking, when Harvey brings up that they said to avoid the swamp, that would trigger Kai's scrying thing, probably, right? Like he would know that that's in the swamp is where he saw the weird creature.
Yep. And I told everybody everything I saw, including the fact that it was in a swamp.
The weird creature was or was not Illithid-like.
It was not Illithid, right? Like,
Oh, but it had the tentacle face thing. Right?
give me a sec.
I don't
I thought it just had multiple arms.
That's what I thought.
Oh, I
Yeah,
thought
and-
I can send you. I can give you guys a picture if you promise not to look into what it is.
Well, I'm sure you homebrewed it either way, so.
Actually, no, I didn't.
Oh.
It is it is an actual creature in the D&D manuals.
Wow.
I'm not gonna look. I don't have that.
Yeah, you'll see the name. Just don't look up the stat block.
Sure.
Trying to
This-
find it. Good.
This is only my second year of D&D.
I don't know if I believe that.
God. Wait. No, we started this campaign last year, didn't we? Last fall. So this is my third year.
Oh, you found out without the name. That's good.
That's terrifying.
That thing looks scary AF. I really want to kill it now.
It's not as bad as a lot of my homebrew, but if you mix it in with stuff that I create, it is fucking deadly.
So basically, you're gonna wear us down with the homebrew, and then that thing's gonna come in and finish us off, and you'll be like, "I finished you off with I TPK'd you with a stat block monster. I don't know what you guys did wrong."
I never said that.
Yeah, but we
With
know
the-
you.
With the most evil grin ever.
You guys are a bunch of bitches.
As always, I'm more than happy to talk about my creation process or stuff that you've missed after you get through it all.
Yeah, absolutely. I very much enjoyed your homebrews.
Oh yeah.
How are you guys enjoying the Lost Land? I was actually hoping that at some point someone would go above the clouds, but I wasn't sure when you would do that.
I thought we would do that, but I thought we would go deal with the Illithids. I was like, everybody's here tonight. John doesn't have to leave early. This is the perfect time to go kill dinosaurs.
Yeah, and then like we just yeah.
Like
Well, part of
a
it
pack
was
of
my
dogs
fault.
chasing squirrels.
Yeah.
Yeah, part of it was me introducing Iljathre.
Yeah.
I feel that,
No, I like him.
especially
He's fun.
when Masacholi's voice popped in, that threw you for a loop,
Oh yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
which I expected to, just not that much.
Yeah, when it was just the dinosaurs that we knew of, I was like, okay, we can make a plan, execute it, either fight these dinosaurs, clear them out, maybe, take a rest and then go hunt for, the rest of the Illithid. But now you got these goddamn birds, and I'm like, great, he's got T-Rexes and birds, so he's got plenty, there's got to be plenty of other stuff. And the fact that they, have the shared consciousness means, pretty much anything we do is going to make its way back to the mind, the prime. So
my immediate
that
thought
slowed me
was
down.
my immediate thought was that Masacholi and Kelwin are just currently sending back streams of information to the hive mind.
You got sleeper agents, haha.
Yeah, my thing with Teddy is completely off the books or off the rails, just doing it because I want to.
Yeah. And Kai did in character cast Greater Restoration on Teddy, so we should be okay.
Yeah. He didn't cast Greater Restoration on Kelwin, but he also wasn't prompted to.
Right.
Correct.
And yeah, him speaking in Masacholi's voice, that was not because of what Joe did with Masacholi's voice. That's something I decided on prior to, I believe.
Yeah. When the players go rogue, the DM goes rogue.
Hey, when you get up to these high levels, you kind of have to go off the books sometimes.
Oh, 100%. It's crazy the things that our casters are going to be able to do next level.
Yeah, I'm not even, I have crafted a level 20 final battle that I am just scared of because it's probably going to take 3 sessions at least.
It has to.
Yeah.
The amount of things that our characters will be capable of at that point.
Yeah.
We haven't even really, broken the service of magic items either.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think our last campaign ended in a 10-hour battle or something like that.
Yeah, it was rough.
Oh my gosh. I'm on board with that. I have to say, our combats have gone much smoother than my combats go in person games.
Yeah, I'm surprised at how well it goes. You guys do a good job.
It helps you do the math on the rolls. That's, I think, the thing that takes a long person is rolling damage. Rolling 8 die 4 for your magic missile and be 4 plus. So it's really nice to be able to click a button.
I have thought of an alternative battle strategy for if we have gigantic group with 8+ players. Where you just take the initiative roll, and instead of going through turn by turn, you have the person with the lowest initiative say what they plan on doing, and so on and so forth. That you build off, each person builds off of what they expect someone else to do, and then you can use your reaction to change your plan. Something along those lines. Something that to make it more interactive, so that you aren't spacing out while other people are trying to get through the turn order.
Our combat's interesting enough that I'm usually involved in who's going to die, or who's going to get a good hit in, or what new spell Tristan's going to break out that just is insane.
Yeah, but other people, sometimes it can drag on and they forget what's happening. My brother included. So just an option that I thought of to make it more engaging for a large group of people.
Well, shoot, just last game, when I didn't even pay attention, where Tristan went down and I had Mastacholi go and try and draw attention when realistically I could have just went and picked Tristan up and we could have left. But instead,
Mastacholi really made a bad life decision.
Yeah. It's just because I didn't look at the turn order. Now, would Mastacholi really have known that Tristan was going to have a turn next? That's another question. But still, as a player, as soon as it happened, and we're all right, Tristan. I'm wow, I totally just screwed everybody.
I mean, there's a line between trying to treat it like a real life situation and not knowing certain things, and then just being it. It's mathematical approximation of a lot. So you have to game it at a certain point.
The crazy thing is, in Mastacholi's eyes, the time between his turn, quote unquote, and Tristan's turn is less than 6 seconds.
Yeah. Like technically everything's happening right around the same time per turn.
Right. That's the weird thing to like conceptualize for me.
Yep. But yeah, like I said, good spot to put a pin in it. Anyone else have any questions, comments, concerns before we call it a night?
I have
go ahead.
separate question that's unrelated to this campaign for you guys that are here.
Is everybody going to be here next week again?
I don't know.
I'm planning to be, yeah.
Sweet.
I am planning to run a game.
So if I am not at the Renaissance Fair, then I will be.
Fair enough.
But having a season pass is I'm probably going to go a lot. But
Yeah, that makes sense. What about you, Tristan?
I probably will be. I probably will be around.
I think I heard you say you probably will be. You were a little bit quiet. Sure.
Yes. It's a yes from me. I'm fixing the sound now, but
Okay.
I mean yes.
Awesome.
I hope you weren't trying to talk this entire time. I can barely hear you.
Oh, I mean, can you hear me now? I did.
Yeah,
some things
It's
here
better
and there,
now.
but yeah, it's fine. It's all right. I muted myself a little bit for a second there, so that might have also been an issue, but it's all good.
Okay. Yeah.
So as far as that Discord campaign I was talking about, are you guys still interested in that?
Yeah.
I sort of put a pin in it because everybody had so much stuff going on. So
Yep.
Yeah,
Whenever you're ready, obviously it's on your time.
But yeah, as soon as you say we're starting, I will make a point to finally get that character created.
Yeah. If the same thing happens for your Discord campaign as it did for John when he did the Grishwalls. Yeah. The
I want to
first
get back to that.
the first day or the first night we started, I think we were like 4 hours. Everybody was like, active.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
and I have weird shifts, so I fully expect not to be able to do stuff with you guys all the time, but hopefully occasionally I can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to give it a shot. It's not really something I've ever done. I've never done a campaign that way before, but
yeah, and if you obviously need to take breaks or if life comes up or whatever, obviously, we all say life comes first. So, if there's a long pause, hey, I mean, I'm just happy to have anything.
Honestly, so in my head, I have this like, Derek does. I've talked to him about it several times. I have this like long-term goal of having a campaign that like meets multiple times a week. That like some of them are quick hitters over Discord for like 30-minute little encounter thing, and then once a week you have like on Roll20, and then like once a month you meet in person for like a huge like session. Yeah, just in the back of my head,
That'd be really cool.
That would be like because like you're literally like in character all the time now. Like one character can just send a Discord message to another character when there's no game going on, with like some side conversation that like if that's available, then it would like you wouldn't have the sort of like catch up times in between if everybody's sort of in character. But yeah.
I will say, after having run what I did for Grishwall, I really enjoyed the process because for a normal game setting, you're wearing a lot of hats. Of if you want to do voice acting, you can. If you are doing a physical setting, you have to do a lot of drawing on mats. Maybe have a lot of miniatures. You have to do a lot of looking up images and stuff for online. If you're doing just text, you can really work on your vocabulary, writing style, different ways of delivering the story. And I really enjoyed taking people off in a solo DM method and just doing a side story with them.
Yeah.
to this day, I still think that some of the best role playing that we've had was when there were secrets that the group at large didn't know about, and there's maybe one or two people that did. Like the reveal where my brother's character, you found out his name wasn't Preacher; he actually had a real name, and he just never told you. Was fantastic. And then Joe, I still love that you and I are like the only people who know what happened to Kaioth.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that was intense. That was awesome. Just God, you're such a good Lord of Hell. Scary.
Hopefully, I can bring him back someday.
It's scary how good of an Asmodeus you are. Asmodeus or whoever, but like, not even him being the Lord of Lies and a lawful evil. I assume he's lawful.
Yes.
It was, yeah, like I forget which conversation or which one it was, but I was just like, fucking bravo, dude. Like, I had chills going down my spine. Like, it's scary. Like, part of me was like, I wonder if he's like a closet psychopath, really.
I think it was the end of it where you found out what he was offering you and you decided to not fight it anymore.
Yeah. Yep. That's what it was.
And I think I said, I told you what he offered, and it was immediate cut to black.
Yep. Yeah. I was just like,
yeah, love it to death. But yeah, also getting past the point. Anyone else have anything?
I brought this up to you guys over the Brewfest, but something for the other people. Hopefully, life doesn't get in the way, and I can get my feet wet as a DM. But I have a Legend of Zelda campaign in my mind, so I don't know if that would interest anybody. But yeah, the past few months or several months, I was thinking of doing a one shot, but then I realized it's something I'd rather make into a campaign. But if anybody is a fan of Legend of Zelda and would like to join, if there's enough interest and enough people, yeah, I think that I would be willing to definitely do that.
I think I said I'd be willing if I could play a sentient scarecrow. I will revise that to say also if I can play a Goron.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I told you that I would probably have you make a dedicated character, but then because I had already had plans for scarecrows, but when they came into the picture, you could also do a scarecrow on top of your other player.
I love the idea, and I am down for it.
Is that a separate rule set, or is that?
It would be based off of 5e rule set, but there would be changes to fit the lore and the general style of like Legend of Zelda. So there wouldn't be just low level, for instance, there wouldn't be like potions of healing. There would be red potions. There would be horse combat that would actually be mounted combat, horse combat that would be more of like a video game physics engine based than like, say you're on a horse, you're going, you're moving 50 feet per round. You're not going to be able to stop dead in your tracks and be able to backpedal, the exact way you came. Your horse is going to have to make a generally, not necessarily really wide turn, but it's going to be like almost like jousting combat. Your horses aren't going to go up and kiss and then everyone's going to have a sword fight face to face, something like that. But I was thinking that the base storyline is going to be that you'll start off as general adventurers. You could be, if you wanted to be a Goron or a Gerudo or a Kokiri, you could, or if not, if you just wanted to play like a human, you would kind of be somebody of basic Hylian descent. Or if you wanted to be a Goliath barbarian, sure, yeah, you'd be, a Goron champion. But you'd kind of start off as basic adventurers and find out that you're actually oracles. or you would end up, the goddess Hylia would, or, one of the three major goddesses that created the Triforce would imbue you with power, and, you could be an oracle. Similarly, like in Ocarina of Time, there were the sages, like the Chamber of Sages. They wouldn't be the same as the oracles, but they would be in the game as well, and you could potentially ascend to a sage depending on, the circumstance. But yeah, it would. I would try to encompass most, if not, all the major Zelda games. So, you probably start off in Hyrule, and there would be, tribes from outside of Hyrule, like in Breath of the Wild. There were like barbarians, because you could get the barbarian armor. They would be kind of like a tribe that was kind of neutral to the royal family of Hyrule, and stuff like that. So there would be this was there. Oh, you would go to the country, or the country or continent of Termina. So there'd be like Clocktown, there'd be like Snow Peak Mountain, Snow Peak Village, and stuff like that. So it's not just gonna be like Death Mountain's the only place you'll find Gorons, or Gerudo Valley. One of the 1,000 Gerudo Valleys isn't the only place you'll find, Gerudos. It would pay attention to like lore of, Gerudo men and women don't live together. So you might have to seek out the Gerudo men. You might have to seek out, the Gerudo women. There would also be like regional, you would get potentially like resistances, depending on what race or maybe what kind of armor or clothing you're wearing. So if you're a Gerudo, you might have like resistance to heat, because it always would get hot in the desert during the day. You would have resistance to cold weather or cold temperatures, because at night it gets cold. If you're a Goron, you might have immunity to fire and lava, but if you went in a pool of water that was too deep, you're gonna immediately sink and drown. If you're a Zora, or you're wearing Zora armor, you get too hot, you're gonna cook. So, like I said, it'll hopefully span, several games, and try to improvise as much as possible. But I told the guys that the overall way I would run the game is that there would be significant decisions that, based upon the outcome of a battle. And I would actually tell you beforehand, kind of like when it lets you save before a boss fight in video games. I would probably tell you, but like, hey, the outcome of this battle is going to severely sway the rest of this campaign. So, if you lose this fight, you could invite darkness into the realm until, it's vanquished. Or if you beat it, things are going to be a lot more, sunshine and rainbows for a while.
I love how much you've thought about this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and
do you
because
you have to have a background knowledge of Zelda?
No, not necessarily. And quite frankly, sometimes it might make things a little easier, because I know, those of us who've grown up with the Legend of Zelda series would have, a lot of forefront knowledge, or, freehand knowledge, and some things might, change, because I might adopt the, mechanics and story more of one game at a certain time versus the others. So it would be one of those things where you can make an insight check, or I might ask for a history check, and you would legitimately learn something you either, one, might not have known from the lore, or two, it could be like, oh, all right, well, we're in Majora's Mask now. Be like, oh, we're in, Ocarina of Time, or A Link to the Past. So, yeah.
I like to imagine that it would be similar to the Grishwall campaign, where, yeah, it's a setting, but you don't need to know like the whole story of Harry Potter to get it.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'd be totally down for that. I just the same with the Grishwall campaign. Like I watched the movies. I never read the books. And then the the other setting that was used as well. I didn't really have a frame of reference on that either, but
Yep. And for those of us, or any of us, or maybe I'm the only one that has like character ADD, there could be a game where you're playing a completely different character. It could be a PC that I've made and I give you, for a time. Or I could say, hey, you're playing this one character, and then all of a sudden I flip and be like, hey, now I'm playing them and you're playing these guys.
I'm totally down for that as someone who juggles different creatures constantly. So, yeah. I feel like I could handle that.
Yeah. So, I mean, it definitely wouldn't happen until we finish this campaign. And like I said, hopefully life doesn't get in the way. But just the thought and the anxiety as like a first-time DM, I'm most likely going to do a one-shot just to get feet wet. But after that, yeah, things will hopefully get easier. But yeah, that's like my anxiety point. Like, if I play like MMOs, like I don't like playing tanks because I have like anxiety.
Yep.
Like I don't want to be responsible. I don't want to be responsible. I don't want to lead you through this dungeon because I don't know it as well as the guy who ran it for me last. But yeah,
I always play tanks in MMOs. That's my thing. I want to
me too.
Leading through the dungeon.
Yeah, I like playing DPS because I constantly like doing whatever I can to maximize my output. Like I download like a damage, a DPS tracker to be like, hey, am I at the top of my game? Am I doing what I can? Like, shoot, even when I drive my truck, it gives me the average miles per gallon, and I'm always trying to maximize that.
Yeah, I do that too. But what was the last MMO I played? The one on PlayStation, the D&D one, Neverwinter Night?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Like
Never
that.
played it.
Yeah, I played it, and I was a paladin tank, and 98% of the time that I ran dungeons, I was the top DPS, because most people were just bad.
Yeah, some people just want to get there for the loot and they auto attack. They don't hit any of their buttons.
Pretty much. That's what it felt like a lot of times. But yeah, I always given the choice. I'm tank first, healer second, DPS distant third. DPS is just boring to me in MMOs.
Yeah, I can understand that.
But with that being said, yeah, that's my plans and hopes. And if anybody, as time goes on, if you have ideas or anything that you contribute or think it'd be a good idea, I'd always be open to suggestions. But I want the campaign to go as smoothly and make people feel like content and like satisfied. So, I mean, I don't want to say I don't care if you guys wipe the floor in every single encounter, but I don't want it to be to the point where like you dread the next encounter.
I have an idea, and I'll send you a message after we get off. Something you said made me think about a mechanic. But yeah, hey, anyone else got anything they need to talk about? Questions, comments, concerns?
I did definitely mean it too about the in-person weekend, and I know Clinton isn't here, and obviously that would be significantly tougher for him to like get here for a weekend in the United States. But like that is open to everybody. So, like,
Kristen, are you still down south?
Yeah, still in Georgia. Probably would stay in Georgia for a while.
So.
He's getting his peaches down in Georgia.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Tristan, I don't know if you were here when I said that earlier. That was kind of why I was bringing it up again. But
yeah, I'm completely down for like a weekend for sure. I don't really know when it would be, but yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a date or anything. It's just in the future at some point possibility for everyone to consider.
We've done it with our in-person group before, and it's a lot of fun because we just cook up 20 pounds of bacon, and my wife cooks delicious Italian like lasagnas and spaghettis, and it's a good time.
And you don't everyone can stay there. We can bring cots and there's beds and whatnot. So You
But
know,
it's Pennsylvania.
yeah, middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania. So sorry.
Central PA.
I'll just
But-
haul my big ass camper out there.
Very limited cell phone reception, which is actually a
Yes. Yeah. Well, a plus and a minus for
Depending on the person.
people with families, but we did actually put for the last year and a half. There hasn't even been a phone line out there. We did get that put back in. It doesn't have long distance service, but if
Get America Online.
what's that? Oh, there's no internet.
We can have dial-up internet. I'll pay for it.
Yeah,
No,
send Harvey in there to fix it up.
Yeah, you'd have to set that up with a satellite yourself. I don't think.
Tristan, do you
actually
have any
get it there.
experience with dial-up internet? Or are you too young for that?
Funny enough, because when I lived in Nigeria, because Nigeria was a little bit behind,
Yep.
so we used dial-up internet till maybe I don't know when it stopped. But I have used dial-up internet at least a couple of times.
How do all those Nigerian princes run their scams on dial-up internet?
Tenacity, I guess. I don't know. Persistence. I have no idea how they do their things, but yeah, it must be persistence.
Must be.
All right, guys. Well, it was a blast, and I'm glad everybody made it.
Yep. Fantastic. And as usual, any questions, comments, concerns, feel free to send me a message. And if not, well, hope to see you on Sunday.
Sounds good.
I'll probably message through the week, or somebody message through the week. We could probably start, making pre-plans for Sunday's game as far as if and how we want to begin to take on these bastards. But yeah, we'll do it and get it done, and hopefully not TPK.
Always the goal.
Intelligence
Later,
safe. Woo!
All right, take it out. Take it easy, guys.
Yeah.
Bye, everyone.